Now that Berengar had complete control of Austria, he gained access to the Mediterranean via Istria. This presented a valuable opportunity to expand his business into two major areas, glass and salt production. He was hard at work drafting factory blueprints to create facilities in Istria for mass-producing these materials. At the top of his list was what he once called the glass cone from his previous life, an invention used in England during the 18th century for making glass. Due to technological limitations, such as the lack of electricity, Berengar could not use modern techniques like float glass to manufacture ample glass supplies. Thus, he had to delve deeper into his memory to build a glass industry from scratch. If Berengar wanted to outcompete the Venetians, who were the major glass producers at the time, he needed a superior product. Fortunately, he knew of an invention from the late 17th century that made England the world's top glass merchant, lead glass, also known as crystal glass due to its superb clarity. This glass was created by adding a minimum of 24% lead, oxide to the mixture. With this technique, Berengar could produce a superior glass quality compared to the Venetians and gradually take over the market. However, drinking from lead glass could be harmful, and lead was a valuable resource for producing munitions. Therefore, Berengar opted to replace the lead, oxide with zinc oxide. This substitution created a similar level of clarity in the glass, but it was lighter and safe to drink from. Berengar had an abundance of zinc due to its presence in his mines and those of the lords under his rule. Thus, he was more than happy to adopt this method. Berengar intended to produce such materials in glass cone factories, where, after production, they would be manufactured into various objects. A glass cone furnace was powered by coal and featured a large central furnace surrounded by smaller ones to ensure the glass did not cool quickly. At the center of this formation was a work area for glassblowers to shape the glass into the final product. He planned to build a large factory containing several of these glass cone furnaces to produce a sufficient amount of glass. By doing so, Berengar aimed to dominate the glass trade and add another industry to his portfolio. On the other hand, the salt works would be much simpler. All he needed was a large salt evaporation pond, also known as a salt pan. Essentially, this required a shallow area where seawater could be trapped and left to evaporate in the sun. Once the water evaporated and the salt remained, laborers could quickly gather it, then treat and purify it into edible salt. The byproducts left over would be valuable chemicals that could be used elsewhere in Berengar's industries. If he could set up several of these salt works across Istria, he could gain access to a substantial amount of salt and thus enter the salt trade. Although he would not be able to dominate the industry as he had with others, it would still provide an additional source of revenue, aiding him in the long run. After spending half a day designing these projects, Berengar headed to the parliamentary building that housed the House of Lords. Though it was a formal procedure, he needed their approval to begin production of the two trades he had in mind. The moment he entered the House of Lords, the various men he had assigned to the task or who had been voted in by other nobles stood up from their seats as a sign of respect. It was not every day that Berengar ventured into Parliament. Usually, it was for something important that he wanted voted upon immediately. Thus, when Berengar stood at the podium, all the men gathered were waiting patiently for him to begin speaking. After getting his files in order, Berengar cleared his throat before addressing the members of the nobility. "My lords, I have come here today to introduce a set of legislation that needs your approval. In essence, I propose entering our duchy into the glass and salt trades. I require your consent to construct various facilities within the province of Istria that will provide us with a large amount of these two materials. With my production methods, we can enter the glass trade and eventually dominate the market due to the clarity and quality of the glass produced. The wealth that the Venetians currently enjoy through their control of the market will shift to us." When the lords heard this, they began to debate among themselves. One of them raised a serious concern about entering the glass trade, especially in light of Berengar's ambitions to dominate the market. "Your Grace, with all due respect, do you think it is wise to steal the glass market from the Venetians? It will surely invoke their ire, and we might even face war because of this." Berengar remained calm and collected when he heard this. The Venetians were not a threat to him. In this timeline, the Republic of Venice, much like Genoa, was a vassal of the Kingdom of Italy and, by extension, the Holy Roman Empire. They maintained a significant degree of autonomy, much like other larger states within the empire, such as Austria. Thus, Berengar boldly declared his stance on the issue. If the Venetians are bold enough to declare war on us over a bit of competition in the glass trade, then I will march on their capital with the full force of my army and force them into subjugation. As for their navy, once I have constructed my fleet, I will lay it to waste. However, I doubt they have the gall to declare war on us so rapidly. By the time they realize they have lost the market, we will already be in a dominant position. Thus, we have nothing to fear from angering the Venetians. Berengar was not afraid of war or making enemies. After all, he had defied the Vatican and sparked a reformation in Germany, which had made all his neighbors, except for Bohemia, hostile towards him. The only thing keeping his enemies from invading Austria was the fear of defeat. After Berengar crushed the Teutonic Order and the Bavarian army, few were bold enough to venture into Austria until they could figure out countermeasures to his terrifying weapons. Hearing his bold stance on the issue, the other lords were mainly persuaded. After all, many of them had marched to war alongside Berengar and knew, though boastful, he was not arrogant. They did have the means to defeat Venice, and as for his claims about the naval power they were creating, well, in their eyes, it was yet to be seen how effective Berengar's fleet would be. Thus, after some deliberation, the House of Lords unanimously approved the measures. Gaining dominance in the glass market would bring an absurd degree of wealth to Austria, and the potential gains far outweighed the potential risks. With his plans approved, Berengar stayed to discuss other topics of interest. Though many minor things were discussed, ultimately, they were relatively insignificant. Thus, Berengar returned to the castle in Kufstein after some time. Legislating laws was the responsibility of the House of Commons and the House of Lords, and Berengar typically did not get involved in such affairs until they were placed on his desk. There, he could sign them into law, revise the bill and send it back to the House of Lords for approval, or veto it. This streamlined process gave him significant control over the duchy while alleviating the burden of micromanaging every detail. Upon returning home, Berengar had a meal with his family and then took a bath with Linda before retiring to his room. After closing the door, Linda quickly latched onto Berengar and began to kiss him passionately as they began to undress. After they undressed, Linda made an unexpected request. Would it be too much to ask, to give Hans a little brother or sister? Hearing this, a wide smirk filled Berengar's immaculate visage as he responded by pressing Linda down on the bed and having his way with her. Initially, he had planned to wait before having more children, but he could not refuse his lover since she was asking for it. As a result, Berengar spent a large portion of the night trying to impregnate his lover once more. Berengar ended the day with a wide grin on his face. Whatever future troubles may appear, he would face them with firm resolve. Now that she had finally arrived in Kufstein, she made sure to dress in her prestigious apparel before venturing towards the castle with Agnelis in tow. Over the past month, she had devised a plan to get on Berengar's good side and had discussed it at length with Agnelis. Her goal was simple: she would approach Berengar under the guise of being a noblewoman from Antioch named Valeria Zinara, seeking to establish trade with Berengar regarding jewelry. After all, Austrian jewelry was starting to become popular in the market due to its high quality and new materials such as white gold. It had become highly desirable for the nobility along the Danube River to purchase. This had initially been Agnelis' reason for coming to Kufstein. Thus, this little scheme of hers did not require anything extra of Agnelis other than for him to play along with her ruse. The galley pulled into the river inn, which separated Kufstein city, and parked at a port designed for river merchants. The moment the ship came to a stop, Heraclius flew off from Honoria's shoulder and into the sky above. Where he was headed, Honoria did not know, but he would surely be back soon enough. Agnelis and Honoria followed suit and stepped off the vessel, where Agnelis gave Honoria a stern warning. "All right, I am going to register with the dockworker. Stay here and don't get into any trouble." The moment Agnelis said this, Honoria rolled her eyes and backsassed him. "I know the drill, we've done this a dozen times already." Agnelis merely laughed at Honoria's attitude before departing to do as he said he would. As for Heraclius, he had flown high into the sky, well above the river, and landed on the pane of an open window. This window belonged to Berengar and was the window to his study within his castle, where he was currently sitting. The moment the bird landed on the window, Berengar looked over and was shocked. He knew this bird to be an Eastern imperial eagle, yet they were not found in Austria. Kufstein was well outside the bird's range. He could understand if it were a golden eagle, but this bird from the eastern Mediterranean should not be here in the Alps. As such, Berengar's natural curiosity overcame him, and he slowly approached the majestic eagle, lifting his hand for it to sniff. In doing so, Heraclius gave Berengar a curious sight as he began to talk to the bird. "Hey there, little fellow, what are you doing here so far from home?" The bird instantly recognized Berengar's status by his extravagant attire and the fact that he was in the castle's study. Thus, he knew this man was likely Honoria's target and decided to provide some assistance to his master. The bird was quite surprised to see the man while taking a routine flight and had thus approached Berengar of his own free will to gauge his character. Seeing that Berengar did not shoo him away and was instead friendly, left a good impression on the eagle. However, Berengar's words that came next greatly shocked it. Berengar had been staring into the eagle's eyes the entire time. While he was observing Heraclius, he recognized that the eagle was also sizing him up, and thus he laughed. My, aren't you quite the intelligent bird? Tell me, have I gained your trust yet?" Very few humans ever spoke to Heraclius as if he could understand them, only Honoria did so, and Berengar had quickly found out the bird's intellect. Thus, Heraclius was just as curious about Berengar as Berengar was about him. "Tell me, my feathered friend, are you here on your own? Or did someone bring you here? I find it hard to believe a mighty eagle like you would venture this far into the Alps on your own." Hearing this, Heraclius merely cawed before flying out the window and down toward the docks. Seeing where the bird was headed, Berengar chuckled, shook his head, and said his thoughts aloud. "All right. I'll bite." Thus, Berengar quickly gathered his medallion cape and slung it over his right side before placing his cavalier hat upon his head. Afterward, he promptly departed from the castle and followed the bird down to the docks. Heraclius had made sure to hover in the air, guiding Berengar toward Honoria, who was waiting patiently by the ship she had arrived on. After a short journey through the streets of Kufstein, Berengar found his way down to the docks, where he saw Heraclius land upon the shoulder of a gorgeous young woman. This woman had white hair, brows, and lashes, along with pale skin and mint-green eyes. She appeared to be a beautiful albino at first glance, and this immediately caught Berengar's interest as he gulped down his saliva. When Heraclius landed on Honoria's shoulder, an elegant and pretty smile spread across her perfect face as she petted the eagle on the head while addressing him. "Heraclius? Where have you been? We have only just arrived, and you already wandered off." Heraclius cawed in response and pointed his head toward Berengar, who had just arrived in front of the beautiful princess. It was not until this moment that Honoria noticed Berengar's presence and was taken back by his handsome demeanor. There could only be one man in Kufstein dressed so lavishly and with such a perfect appearance in her mind. While dressed in his black and gold Elizabethan attire, complete with a cavalier hat, the embellished eye patch added to his striking figure rather than detracting from it. As such, Honoria was attracted to Berengar to the same degree he was to her. Berengar put on a charming facade before creating a subject to talk about with the attractive young woman standing in front of him. He decided to speak in Latin for one simple reason: by her attire, he could tell she was from the Byzantine Empire. Though Greek had replaced Latin as the primary language of the empire, she would surely know Latin as a noblewoman. Berengar's Latin was a little rusty, but as a nobleman in the Holy Roman Empire, he spoke it to a degree. Thus, he was able to communicate effectively with the woman. "Heraclius, huh? A fitting name for a majestic creature like the Eastern Imperial Eagle." Emperor Heraclius was a great man for deposing the despot Phocas and leading his armies to victory against the Sassanids to the east. As Berengar said this, he hoped his knowledge of Byzantine history from his previous life was the same in this timeline. Luckily, he appeared to be correct, as the girl covered her mouth in shock upon hearing this. She had no idea that the Count from Kufstein would be so well versed in her people's history. Honoria was also surprised by Berengar's fluent Latin. Though he spoke in the church's dialect, it was still surprising to see a German nobleman pronounce the language that she and her ancestors spoke with such proficiency. The girl was greatly enamored by her first impression of the man in front of her. Having seen that Honoria was thoroughly ensnared by his charms, Berengar took the time to introduce himself. "Apologies, my lady, I should have introduced myself first. I am Berengar von Kufstein, Duke of Austria. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" It took Honoria a few moments to process her thoughts. When the princess heard Berengar refer to himself as a duke, her heart fluttered for a moment. However, she eventually managed to calm her beating heart before responding with what she had planned to say for some time. I am Valeria Zanara. I am but a minor noblewoman from Antioch here to engage in the jewelry trade with Kufstein. Your gems are legendary, and I would very much like to sell them in the empire. Hearing this, Berengar sighed heavily within his mind. If only she were a princess. After learning Honoria was a minor noblewoman and not a princess, he lost interest. Despite her exceptional beauty, which was on par with Linda's and Adela's, Berengar had told himself he would not take in another girl unless there were significant benefits, such as an alliance with a foreign kingdom. Thus, Honoria had unknowingly undermined her initial chances of wooing Berengar without realizing it. Instead, Berengar controlled his animal instincts and shifted Honoria to the back of his mind, categorizing her as strictly business. He no longer gazed at her lustfully and instead put on a friendly smile as he addressed her business concerns. Well, you are not wrong, we have the finest gems and jewelry here in Kufstein. I would be more than happy to negotiate with you about a trading agreement. How about you come back with me to the castle, and we can discuss this over a hot meal? Honoria noticed the shift in Berengar's gaze as she stated her identity and felt as if she had somehow displeased him, but she could not tell what she had said wrong. Ever the wise bird, Heraclius realized that Honoria had ruined Berengar's initial impression of her and lightly pecked at her cheek, trying to warn her that she was friend-zoning herself. Unfortunately, he could not speak the human tongue and could not inform the princess of her mistake. Honoria merely shrugged the eagle off as she proceeded to bow gracefully to Berengar. It would be my pleasure. Hearing this, Berengar smiled and led her back to his castle. He had no idea that this Lady Valeria was Princess Honoria in disguise, and by now, he had mostly lost interest in trying to snatch her for himself. On the other hand, Honoria had other plans. She fully intended to win Berengar's favor, especially now that she had seen him in person and was intensely infatuated with him. Thus, an awkward lunch was about to occur between Berengar, Linda, and Honoria, as the trio introduced themselves over a meal. Of course, Honoria had utterly forgotten that she had promised to wait for Agnelis back at the dock, and this would greatly outrage the man when he found out he had been left behind so that the princess could dine with the duke. However, he was registering the boat with the dockmaster at the time and was unaware that Honoria had left with Berengar. After arriving at the castle with a new, young, and beautiful woman on his arm, Linda was unhappy, to say the least. She could not take her eyes off Berengar for a single moment without him chasing after the next prettiest girl in the room. Before Berengar even explained the situation to her, he had himself, Honoria, and Linda sit down at the dining table, where the best food in Kufstein was prepared for them. While they waited, Linda stared furiously at Berengar, which did not go unnoticed by Honoria. Honoria saw Linda as competition in the war for Berengar's affection. The only question on her mind was whether Linda was Berengar's fiancée or his mistress. To approach the conversation casually, she complimented Linda to Berengar. Your Grace, your wife is lovely, you must be quite proud, Honoria said. Linda was no fool, she immediately understood Honoria's intent to inquire about her identity. Thus, she responded on Berengar's behalf, like a lioness protecting her alpha from an unknown stray. Our marriage is a happy one, we even have a child together, a beautiful baby boy named Hans. Linda declared. After hearing about Hans, Honoria instantly knew Linda's identity. She was the lover Aretha's had told her about. However, she was confused about why Linda lied and said they were married when they were not. So, she posed the question to Berengar. I am sorry, I heard you were engaged, but I did not know you were married. When did you two get married? Honoria asked. Knowing that Linda was the lover and not the fiancée, Honoria felt she had a greater chance of securing a spot in Berengar's heart and quickly shot back at Linda's bluff. This caused Linda to be visibly outraged. She thought to herself, whoever this woman is, she has done her homework. Berengar instantly knew that the two girls were fighting, but there was not much he could do to stop it. The best thing a man should do in this scenario was clarify the issue at hand before it spiraled further out of control, while placating his lover with affection. Linda is not officially my wife, but if I could have two wives, she would be one of them. She is my lover, the mother of my child, and my partner.
We consider ourselves bound by our souls, so in a way, you could say that we are married, right, honey?
Linda instantly rolled her eyes at Berengar. He was not usually the diplomatic type, so the fact that he was approaching this little feud as a mediator meant he had some interest in the girl, or so she thought. Honoria, on the other hand, acted as if she was shocked by the news. Though she knew Berengar had 2 women in his life, she felt the need to criticize him. If his fiancée was as beautiful as Linda, wasn't he just being a bit too selfish? As such, she let her jabs fly, delivered with a sultry smile and a seducing voice.
Why, Berengar? I did not know you were that kind of man. Tell me, if you already have 2 women, then why not 3? Or 4?
To this, Berengar scoffed and quickly drank from his skull chalice. He was well aware of the glares he was receiving from Linda and decided to approach this landmine carefully.
My love life is already complicated enough.
The only way I would consider adding a 3rd woman to my life would be if she were a princess of a powerful foreign kingdom. That way, I could gain something from the massive headache I would receive, such as a political alliance. With this, Honoria instantly realized why Berengar stopped looking at her with passion when she told him she wasn't a princess. She could only imagine the trouble he must have had in making 2 women happy. A 3rd would be a nightmare, but she was undeterred. After all, she was, in fact, a princess. Heraclius heard this and started cawing in a manner that resembled laughter. He did this while giving Honoria a gaze that displayed his thoughts for everyone to see, something along the lines of, "See, you should have been honest from the start." However, Honoria would not so quickly reveal her status as a princess. Instead, she inquired about Berengar's intentions and thus asked him another question.
I have a hypothetical question for you. If you don't mind answering?
To this, Berengar merely nodded his head before replying, "Go ahead, as long as it is not something too personal, I do not mind answering your questions, Valeria." With this, Honoria put on a pretty smile and rested her gorgeous face in the palm of her hand while staring at Berengar with a longing gaze. Suppose a princess runs away from her marriage and shows up on your doorstep because she had heard legends about you and was fascinated with the idea of being with you instead of her pillow biter of a fiancé. What would you do? To this, Berengar chuckled and responded with a sly response of his own. This pillow biter wouldn't happen to be the Crown Prince of France, would he? Honoria's surprised expression told Berengar all he needed to know about the identity of this girl. After all, he had a conversation with Arethes about Honoria being upset because she had a gay fiancé. Now, Berengar had not suspected Honoria until she brought up this hypothetical. The reason it clicked so quickly in his mind was twofold. First, he seriously doubted there were more than one openly homosexual prince in all of Europe. Secondly, he had heard from Arethes that Honoria was a beauty no less stunning than Linda. Considering Linda was in the top 1% of women he had seen in his entire life, he found it improbable that this woman would bring up a hypothetical that so perfectly described Honoria's situation while being as beautiful as the princess was said to be. At the moment, it was only a suspicion, and Berengar had no definitive proof that the young woman in front of him was Princess Honoria, but all signs pointed to it. She was roughly the same age as Honoria, she came from the Byzantine Empire, she was as beautiful as Honoria was said to be, and she had just described a so-called hypothetical that matched Honoria's situation perfectly. However, as far as Berengar knew, Honoria was still within the empire. Thus, unless he could confirm her disappearance, he would not be able to say with certainty that the woman before him was Princess Honoria. So, rather than reveal the girl, he merely responded with a non-answer. He put a sly smile on his face before answering Honoria's question. That would depend. Honoria was still recovering from her shock that Berengar knew about her engagement, so it took her a few moments to address Berengar's statement adequately. Depend on what? To this question, Berengar took a drink from his skull chalice before responding. It depends on whether or not I live up to the hype. So let me ask you a hypothetical question of my own. Let's say you are this hypothetical princess who has run away from your marriage and home to visit me and see if I am your dearest Prince Charming. From what you have observed about me so far, do I match the image you had in your head? In response to this question, Honoria quickly drank from her chalice before answering Berengar's question. It is too early to tell. To this, Berengar merely chuckled, while Linda closely watched Berengar and Honoria's actions.
She could easily tell what mind games Berengar was playing with this so-called Valeria Zanara. After all, Linda had a keen mind for intrigue, and if Berengar could guess her identity, so could Linda. She was also privy to the conversation with Aretha's about Honoria's dissatisfaction with her betrothal. This created a deep sense of worry in Linda's heart, not because Berengar might fall for the princess she was already willing to share with Adela, and a third girl wouldn't hurt. It was because if this girl was Princess Honoria, she had just brought trouble to their doorstep. The kind of trouble that Berengar might not be able to extricate himself from, and nothing worried Linda more than her lover and her son's safety. Linda knew she would have to investigate the real identity of this young woman who presented herself as Valeria Zanara, though it would be difficult. After all, her intelligence network did not reach the Byzantine Empire, and if Honoria indeed ran away from home, it would be a tight-lipped secret. The damage such a scandal would cause to the prestige of the emperor and his dynasty was no laughing matter. If the emperor could not properly control his own family, how could he possibly control an empire with any degree of competency? Of course, Honoria had no way of knowing that Berengar and Linda would dig into her background. It might take some time and effort, but with enough elbow grease, they could very well find out the truth. When they did, hopefully Honoria would have entrenched herself in Berengar's heart. Otherwise, she would be shipped back to the empire to await her fate. Thus, the conversation at lunch would continue for some time. After all, they had only just begun to break the ice with one another. While Honoria was visiting Berengar for lunch at his castle, Agnellus returned from the dockworker with whom he had registered his arrival. Of course, he had to pay a fee for using the dock, but that was not an issue for the veteran merchant. What was a major issue was that the moment he returned to his galley, the princess he had been tasked with protecting by his sister was nowhere to be seen. This immediately caused a sense of panic to fill the man's gut. Though he had technically agreed to help her until she arrived in Kufstein, he at least wanted to ensure that the young woman made it to the castle safely. After all, if she was going to meet with Berengar, he too wanted to meet with the man to negotiate access to Berengar's jewelry trade. Both he and Honoria had agreed beforehand that he would accompany her and pretend to be her servant, allowing him to negotiate with Berengar for the jewelry business while maintaining the girl's cover. Yet before he had the chance to do so, the girl had simply disappeared. Thus, Agnellus began to search frantically around Kufstein for Honoria. He would never forgive himself if something happened to her under his watch. As for Honoria, she was currently enjoying lunch with Berengar and Linda. Unbeknownst to her, her cover was already blown, at least enough to warrant a full-scale investigation into her identity. She was enjoying her time getting to know Berengar, who was more than happy to oblige the girl he thought might very well be the Byzantine princess. To Berengar, it was better to keep the girl he suspected to be the princess of the empire by his side and provide her with safety and security in his lands until he could verify her identity. The reason for this was simple. If Valeria turned out to be Honoria, and he turned her away on the suspicion that she was the princess, the Byzantine Empire could blame him for any misfortune that might befall her after he had kicked her out of his domain. After all, the more Berengar talked to Honoria, the more he realized she was just a naive girl who had only recently come to know the cruelties of the world. For example, at this moment, Honoria did the unthinkable. She asked Berengar about a serious matter that a person would typically avoid discussing in their first meeting with someone who had a noticeable disability. "So tell me, Berengar, how is it that you got yourself that fashionable eye patch?" The food had yet to arrive when Honoria asked this question, which meant that they had been speaking to one another for less than half an hour. Hearing this, Berengar put on a bitter smile as he tried to deflect the painful memories of how he nearly lost his life in battle. "Let's just say I was wounded in battle, and we should leave it at that." Though Berengar often reflected on his mistakes, as that was the only way to learn from them, he did not enjoy others learning of them. As such, his propaganda network had spun quite the tale about how Berengar found himself surrounded by multiple Teutonic knights and, through sheer force of will and overwhelming skill, managed to overcome the odds, losing his eye in the process. In truth, in a moment of recklessness, Berengar charged beyond his lines and into the fray where he lost his trusty steed and suffered a grievous injury in single combat against his brother before blowing him away with a pistol. Despite this unflattering truth, the battle at Oberstdorf was too chaotic for anyone to witness how Berengar was indeed injured. He used his injury to paint a picture of invincibility in the face of immeasurable odds. After all, if anyone could pull off such a feat, it was surely Berengar. Despite making up such a story to conceal his costly mistake, Berengar did not feel like lying to the girl about how he was injured. Thus, he tried to delay the conversation, hoping to inform her at a later date, should they ever grow close enough for him to reveal the humiliating truth of his injury. However, Honoria didn't seem to take the hint and continued to press the issue. "You lost it in battle? That is fascinating. Who were you fighting? Do you still have the eye, or is it completely removed? Can I see it?"
Meanwhile, Heraclius merely shook his head at Honoria's response and looked at her as if she were an idiot.
If an eagle like him could tell Berengar did not want to talk about the issue, why could this girl not see it?
As such, the mighty eagle began to peck at Honoria's face lightly, not enough to break her skin, but his way of saying she was making a mistake. Honoria reacted by shoving Heraclius to the side, and the eagle rolled his eyes in response, his expression saying, "It is your funeral." Luckily for Berengar, a distraction came in the form of food, and an excited expression appeared on his face as he announced its arrival.
"I am afraid we will have to discuss this some other time. The food has arrived, I hope it is to your liking."
Honoria took one look at the food on her plate and thought it was relatively simple, especially when compared to the fine Byzantine cuisine she was used to. However, the moment she bit into the pork schnitzel, she felt as if her taste buds had entered heaven, and she couldn't help but moan in pleasure. After eating a few bites, Honoria exclaimed her thoughts aloud, having already forgotten about her initial question.
"I had no idea Austrian cuisine was so delicious."
Berengar smiled proudly in response. "Well, I am glad you enjoy it. My chefs work very hard to prepare the best cuisine for myself and my guests." At this point, Honoria had begun digging into her food, completely forgetting the reason she was officially in Kufstein. That is, until Berengar brought it to her attention. "I suppose we should get down to business now that the food has arrived.
How much of my jewelry can I expect you to purchase, and what is the price you offer for it?"
The moment she heard this, Honoria dropped her fork in shock and began to panic, voicing her thoughts aloud.
Agnellis. Berengar and Linda were confused by her actions. Berengar tried to figure out what she was talking about. "I am sorry, who?"
At this moment, Honoria realized she had made a scene and calmly collected herself before speaking. "Agnellis, he is, my subordinate. He handles the business affairs.
I accidentally left him at the docks." Berengar desperately wanted to facepalm at the girl's remarks.
Honoria had put in all this effort to create a cover story, but in the end, she left behind a critical asset at the docks, one that could verify her identity if suspicions arose. Berengar did not know who this Agnellis was or what his relationship with the girl was, but he suspected it was nothing good. Now that Honoria was in Berengar's lands, she was under his protection, and he was determined to get to the bottom of this. If Agnellis had done anything inappropriate to her during their travels, he would be severely punished. With that, the young duke clapped his hands, and a couple of nearby guards approached. They saluted their liege by pounding their breastplates and standing at attention before Berengar gave them their orders. "Search for this Agnellis from the Byzantine Empire within the city and bring him to me. He is probably looking for the girl as we speak, so it should not be too hard to find him."
The guards yelled in affirmation.
"Yes, Your Grace." They immediately departed from the castle to form a search party for Agnellis. While Berengar, Linda, and Honoria waited, Berengar asked the girl a question.
"So tell me, Valeria, what is Antioch like?"
Honoria had no response. She had never been to Antioch, nor had anyone ever described the city to her. She could try to imagine a fake answer, but it would be easily discovered if Berengar looked into it. So, she gave a vague response, trying to deflect the question.
"Oh, it's just like any other city in the empire." Berengar smiled and nodded politely, offering a typical response.
"Of course." However, her lack of knowledge about the city she claimed to be from only further convinced Berengar that the girl in front of him was, in fact, Princess Honoria. Only a girl locked up her entire life would use a major city of the empire as her backstory and know nothing about it. Linda was also cautiously watching the scene, and though Honoria did not realize her lies had been seen through, Heraclius certainly noticed.
Despite being on alert, he did not sense any hostility from Berengar and Linda, only pity. Heraclius had an excellent judgment of human character. Something told him that Berengar was not the kind of man who would cause unnecessary harm to Honoria, even if deep down the eagle could tell that Berengar was by no means a kind-hearted man. As such, the trio began to make pleasant conversation over the meal, waiting for Agnellus to arrive so they could continue this grand charade that everyone in the room knew was a huge lie. It would be some time until Agnellus was found, and by the time he arrived, all the food would have been consumed by the people sitting at the table. By the time Agnellus arrived at the castle, Berengar and the others had long finished their meal and were making small talk. At the moment, Berengar was sipping tea from a porcelain teacup created by his ceramics industry. It was painted with a depiction of the battle at Oberstdorf. Berengar commonly sold porcelain tea sets that depicted his various deeds, inspired by the old Greek vases that showed legends and myths from their mythology. These were quite popular among the nobility of Austria due to their high quality and visually appealing aesthetics. Agnellus was out of breath when he walked in and saw Honoria with a broad smile on her face, chatting carelessly with the Duke of Austria. He had spent the last hour or so searching for her, only for the town guards to grab him and escort him to the castle without explanation. As such, he quickly called out to her, "Lady Valeria, you had me worried sick." The man had become accustomed to calling the princess by her alter ego and had no trouble doing so. Berengar was not surprised by this and simply had his servants open a place at the table for Agnellus. "Agnellus, I presume? You must be starving. Sit, and I will have some food brought to you as we dine on dessert." Seeing that the princess was safe and sound and appeared to be getting along well with the object of her affections, the worry in Agnellus' heart began to subside. He did as instructed and sat down at the table, where a chalice of wine was quickly poured for him. Only after he had taken a sip from the chalice did Berengar begin to address business concerns. "I have heard from Lady Valeria that you are the one in charge of business matters. I am quite curious about your relationship with the young lady." Agnellus looked over at Honoria and slowly examined her for a moment. Unaware of what she had said about him to Berengar, he decided to play it safe and answer vaguely. "Your Grace, I am just a humble servant with a mind for business. The lady wanted to visit you personally as a show of good faith, and thus I brought her here." Berengar nodded at the man, though behind his warm facade, he was slowly examining Honoria's reaction to his statement. Deciding to continue the conversation, he asked, "So tell me, what exactly is your proposal to get involved with my jewelry business?" Hearing that Berengar had shifted to the topic he had been waiting for, a broad smile appeared across Agnellus' face as he made his proposal. "I can ferry your fine jewelry to a new market throughout the empire. For this, I would like to split the profits gained from the trade 50-50. Hearing this, a sly smile formed across Berengar's lips as he began to make a counteroffer. "If it is merely ferrying my goods to the east and selling them, I believe a 50-50 split is a bit unfair for me. After all, I have to incur the costs of acquiring the materials and paying for the labor of the jewelry's construction. Before long, I will have a trade fleet of my own capable of sailing across the Mediterranean. Tell me, why would I need you?" To this, Agnellus was not discouraged. Instead, he presented his reasoning. "If you wish to trade in the empire as a foreigner, you will have to pay tariffs. You will also have to build a trade network in the east from scratch. With me, you can bypass the tariffs and make use of my extensive trade routes that cover the entirety of the empire." After hearing this, Berengar thought about it for a few moments. Tariffs would be a minor problem, but trying to access the empire's trade networks as a foreigner, especially as a German, was not the simplest of tasks. After all, there was still some prejudice in the empire towards his kind for destroying the Western Empire centuries ago and claiming to be the legitimate successors of Rome in the form of the Holy Roman Empire. After careful consideration, Berengar decided to negotiate further. "I agree that you make a persuasive argument, but 50-50 is out of the question. As the producer of the supplies, I will take a 75% cut, and you will take 25%. Despite the massive profit this could yield for both parties, Agnellus was not content with such terms and thus counteroffered with a more balanced offer. 60-40, that is as low as I can go. I still have to grease the palms of imperial officials to avoid the importation tariff.
Berengar found this acceptable and nodded his head with a smile on his face before reaching out his hand to accept the terms. Very well, 60-40 it is. I will have a contract drafted for us to sign. Seeing as we both have a witness, you do not have a problem with such a thing, do you? Adela smiled amicably at the terms Berengar presented and responded to his question. Not at all, it sounds fair to me. At this moment, another thought appeared in his mind, and it pertained to the girl sitting next to him. Thus, he quickly hatched another scheme and made one more request of Berengar. By the way, could you help me with the situation I'm in? Hearing this, Berengar frowned. He could tell exactly where this was heading. Carefully, he eyed Honoria with his peripheral vision before responding to Adela. It would entirely depend on what is requested of me. Seeing Berengar's expression and tone shift, Adela knew that convincing him to take the girl would be an uphill battle, but he had to do it for Honoria's sake. He mustered the courage to make his request to the mighty duke sitting in front of him. Lady Valeria's home life is somewhat volatile at the moment. For her safety, I would like her to stay here in Kufstein under your protection, far from the troubles in the east. Could you keep her here for the time being as a representative of my interests? Hearing this, Linda began to scowl, which did not go unnoticed by Honoria. Since her arrival, Linda had been feuding with the runaway princess over her attempts to get close to Berengar, and Berengar had maintained his distance because of this. Honoria was worried that Berengar would send her away, and if he did, she had no backup plan. Berengar, a wise man, immediately pointed out the flaw in Adela's request with a snide remark. But Adela, you stated earlier that you were a mere servant of Lady Valeria. What gives you the right to appoint a noblewoman such as herself as your representative? Hearing Berengar's response, Adela knew he had overplayed his hand and had to think of an excuse quickly. He made up a lie on the spot, hoping Berengar would buy it. The truth is, I hold a fairly prestigious position within the Zanara household, and I do have the authority to negotiate such matters. What do you say? You would be doing me a solid, and in return, I can go 65-35. Adela lamented the loss he would take in profits, but at this point, he had grown too attached to Honoria to let her roam the streets like a wayward vagabond. Thus, he was willing to take a loss to ensure her safety. After all, Berengar seemed fully capable of protecting the princess. Adela could see that despite the duke's hesitation, he was interested in Honoria, which was a good sign. Therefore, he felt she would be safe in Kufstein and was willing to take a minor cut to ensure the girl's security. Melissa would never forgive him if he put profits over the princess's safety. Berengar sighed heavily as he took a sip from his tea. After a long period of silence, he made his decision known. Fine. If it is just keeping her safe for a while, I don't see why not. Especially since you are kind enough to increase my share in return. The moment Berengar said this, Honoria was delighted and filled with excitement, while Linda stared at Berengar with a scornful expression. There were two reasons for this. First, she did not yet approve of Honoria as a candidate for one of Berengar's wives. After all, there was a high possibility the girl was lying about her identity and thus could not be trusted. Secondly, if she was really who Linda and Berengar suspected her to be, Berengar was bringing trouble upon their doorstep by accepting this girl into his care. This was what worried Linda the most. Berengar may be powerful, but contending with the Byzantine Empire was not something he was fully capable of at this moment. Could he defend their borders from a possible Byzantine incursion? Quite likely, the Byzantine navy could make trade exceptionally difficult for Austria, thereby stagnating their economy. Such an outcome would be disastrous for Berengar's restoration efforts. Berengar could not deploy his troops to the Mediterranean, so the most likely scenario would be a complete blockade of Austrian ports in Istria. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario and entirely depended on whether the Byzantines discovered Honoria's location and decided to blame Berengar for her disappearance. Berengar, however, was more concerned about sending the girl away without protection. If she was truly Princess Honoria and he dismissed her from his care, and some harm came to her, the Byzantines could blame him for the incident. Therefore, he decided to keep her under his protection until he could verify her identity. If she turned out to be the princess of the Byzantine Empire, he would contact Aretha's, inform him of the princess's location, and ask him to bring a caravan to escort her back home.
While Honoria was happy to have found a place to stay, Berengar was already scheming to uncover her real identity and how to defuse the time bomb her arrival had potentially become. After agreeing to Agnella's terms, the man smiled and thanked Berengar from the bottom of his heart. "You have my eternal gratitude, Your Grace." Berengar put on a friendly smile and nodded. With this, the business was concluded, and for the time being, Honoria was allowed to stay within the castle of Kufstein. Over a month had passed since Honoria's disappearance, and despite the Byzantine imperial family's best efforts, they had completely failed to locate the girl. They were beginning to fear the worst. While the emperor was struggling to deal with the fallout of his daughter's reckless behavior, Arethusa was marching an army into Egypt. They had set sail from Ionia not long ago and arrived in Egypt not far from the territory that remained contested from the Byzantines' decades-long conflict in the region. Despite the Byzantines' best efforts, the Mamluk Sultanate still held control of Egypt, Cyrene, and most of North Africa, leaving the Byzantine Empire in a never-ending war for reclaiming lost territory. If not for the vast wealth gained from the Levant and the trade routes connected to the Mediterranean, the Byzantines would have had to give up this conflict long ago. However, today was different. Today, Arethusa marched with an army of 15,000 men, equipped with matchlock arquebus firearms and pikes. Through Berengar's intervention in the timeline, the arquebus had become a reality far earlier than in his past life, and he had sold them in great numbers to the Byzantines while aiding them in the development of pike and shot formations. The reason for this was simple: Berengar intended for the Byzantines to be a great power in the East, acting not only as a bulwark against the Muslim world but as an ally he could rely on to aid him against his enemies. Berengar had thoroughly outraged the Catholic world with his Reformation, and in doing so, created many hostile states surrounding his borders. If he did not foster a powerful alliance with the East, he would undoubtedly be fighting a coalition of European powers by himself. After spending a lifetime at war, he would surely end up like Napoleon. To ensure he had a powerful ally, Berengar intended to restore the lost glory of Rome to fight alongside him against his enemies. Today marked the first day the Byzantine Empire showcased its newfound military might against the Saracens, who sought to destroy her. Arethusa sat on horseback at the rear of his formation, protected by his guards. On the field, the Byzantine army, clad in mirror-pattern armor, held their arquebuses and pikes as the Mamluk forces gathered on the other side of the sands. Arethusa had invested a significant amount of time, effort, and expense in arming and training his army with new weapons and tactics. Initially, he had wanted to spend more time familiarizing himself with their use, but unfortunately, Alexandria had fallen, and he was forced to move his forces to retake what was lost before their training was complete. Unlike the Hussites, Berengar had not provided the Byzantines with any primitive form of field artillery. Thus, they were organized into arquebus, pike, and cavalry units. The Mamluk army, a traditional medieval formation, was quite confused when they saw the formations and weapons of the Byzantines. Nevertheless, the battle began as the Mamluks marched into battle. Seeing this, Arethusa ordered his armies to meet the enemy. Soon, the troops clashed in the center of the field, fighting to the death to determine a winner. As the armies closed the gap, Arethusa shouted his commands, which the officers and NCOs relayed among the rank and file of the soldiers. "Hold your ground. Hold your ground until you see the whites of their eyes." This was the phrase Berengar had given Arethusa as the basis for when his troops should fire their weapons. Berengar had long since surpassed the need for such tactics with his rifled muskets. Still, for a smoothbore arquebus, the effective range was limited, and to gain the most effective use of their weapons, they had to fire upon their enemies at extremely close range. The Byzantines held their ground for some time. However, many of the men in their army did not have the discipline or strength of will to hold on until their enemy was mere feet away. Thus, as the enemy drew near, one by one, they would fire their shots, often missing their targets in the initial charge. Although Arethusa tried to control this, it created a ripple effect. Soon, the entire line had fired. Though many of their shots had hit their mark, cutting down enemy infantry, the impact was not as destructive as it could have been. After the rounds were fired, Arethusa was forced to deploy the pikemen to protect his infantry as they reloaded. The Mamluk soldiers quickly found themselves skewered at the end of the 20-foot-long weapons. By the time the Mamluks had gotten past the pike wall, the Byzantine arquebusiers had fully reloaded and fired a second volley. This time, the effect was far more devastating to the enemy line.
Seeing his forces being rapidly cut down by the Byzantine firearms, the Mamluk general instantly ordered his cavalry to charge. Thus, the heavily armored Mamluk cavalry rushed towards the Byzantine lines. Yet, as they drew near, the pikes were lowered in their direction, causing the horses to buck wildly in fright and flee in the other direction. Many of their riders had been thrown from their horses onto the sand below as a result. Others found themselves unable to control their mighty steeds until they reached a safe distance from the enemy pike wall. Seeing this, Arethusa merely smirked. The battle was beginning to turn in his favor. Though the Mamluk forces outnumbered them, the combined power of pike and shot far exceeded the capabilities of this medieval era. Though not as effective as Berengar's tactics, it was more than enough to crush the armies of the Mamluk Sultanate. Arethusa watched with glee as the Mamluk forces began to rout. Quickly saying a prayer to God, he rallied his cavalry and charged the frightened Saracens. The Byzantine cataphracts rushed down the hillside and into the fray, where they collided with the routing enemy, skewering them with their lances and sending their souls to the afterlife. The result of this battle was an overwhelming victory for the Byzantine Empire. After cleaning up the battlefield, Arethusa stood with his ranks of men and began to chastise them for firing their first volley too early. All of you are soldiers of the empire, yet you have failed in your duty. If not for the overwhelming advantage of our weapons and tactics, we could have lost this battle today. Why? Because many of you were frightened by the enemy charge and fired out of fear, missing your targets entirely. I expect more from the men under my command. Therefore, for the rest of this campaign, I want you all to perform much better than you did today. If every one of you can follow my commands to the letter, then this campaign will be an overwhelming victory for our armies. Glory to the Empire! After hearing Arethusa's speech, the men of his army all began to salute him and yell their battle cry. Glory to the Empire! In response, Arethusa looked fondly upon his men. They had suffered very few casualties that day, and though the Mamluk army had routed in large numbers, it was likely to return in the future for further conflict. This battle was an overwhelming success, one that deeply inspired Arethusa. Armed with these weapons and tactics, perhaps the empire could reclaim its former glory. Arethusa had one man to thank for this victory, his trading partner and friend to the west. He did not know what Berengar had planned for the future, but he was certain that one day the man would surely be a mighty king. After this battle, Arethusa felt great regret for not trying to convince the emperor to marry his only daughter to such an outstanding young man. Then again, Berengar was already happily engaged, and Arethusa doubted he could convince him to accept Honoria as his lawful wife and instead turn his fiancée into another concubine. As for the emperor, Arethusa knew the man was too stubborn to make his only daughter the concubine of some king from the west. Thus, it was simply not meant to be. As he thought about this, Arethusa began to wonder about the princess. Had she been found during the time he was away? Was she even alive? He would never guess that the girl had run off to Kufstein because of a few good comments he had made about Berengar. These thoughts plagued Arethusa's mind as he campaigned to restore the empire's borders in North Africa. This was just one battle of many to occur with the Mamluk Sultanate. Only time could tell if the empire would restore its former glory. Days had passed since Honoria arrived in Kufstein, and it was now time to say farewell to her friend Agnelis. Unlike Honoria, the man could not stay in Kufstein for long. He had business to conduct and, after settling the deal with Berengar, he had to be on his way. At the moment, Honoria was at the docks of Kufstein, surrounded by a few of Berengar's guards. She was seeing Agnelis off as he returned to the borders of the Byzantine Empire. In her hands was the jewelry she had snatched from her room before running away from home. It was the payment she had promised Agnelis for taking her to Kufstein. She quietly handed the jewelry over to Agnelis with a bitter smile on her face. During their journey together, she had grown quite fond of the older merchant, not to the point of romance but strictly as friends. As such, she was sad to see him go. Here you go, Agnelis. As promised, this is payment for taking me to Kufstein. You and your sister have my eternal gratitude. I pray that I have not caused you too much trouble in assisting me. Though Honoria was naive, having been locked away her entire life, she had seen some of the world's evil. She knew that if Melissa or Agnellis were caught for assisting her in her escape, they would likely be executed. This possibility filled her with dread. However, Agnellis' actions shocked Honoria as he pushed the small box filled with jewelry back into her hands and returned her bitter smile with a friendly one. "Keep it. Truly, the honor of assisting you in your journey was payment enough. Besides, I was planning to go to Kufstein anyway, and thanks to you, I was able to establish a rather favorable trade deal with the Duke." Hearing this, a small tear began to form in one of Honoria's mint-green eyes. Agnellis and Melissa had taken such a huge risk for her, and in the end, they wanted nothing in return. They were truly good people, so she ran up and hugged the man, thanking him for his assistance. "Thank you so much." Agnellis blushed in response and eventually broke free from the girl's grasp. After doing so, he gave her some solid advice. "Be careful around Berengar, he is a very sly and cunning man, and his lover also appears to have a sharp wit. They may not be as good as people as you think they are. I am sure they have already begun to suspect that you are lying to them about your identity. If you genuinely want to make the Duke yours, you will have to settle for being another one of his women. I could tell at first glance that he was not the kind of man to give up his treasures in return for another prize of equal or slightly greater value. Whatever you do, please do not reveal your identity before you are confident he has fallen for you. If you do, he is liable to inform your family. After all, the moment he finds out who you are, he will be knowingly harboring a runaway princess, which is a severe crime in the eyes of your family." Hearing this, Honoria began to wipe the tears from her eyes, and a determined expression took over her flawless face as she nodded at Agnellis' advice before responding. "I will take what you have said to heart." Honoria was impressed with Berengar, but she, too, sensed some form of danger from the man. Thus, she was not yet sure if she was ready to give herself to the man. Nevertheless, she would use this time to learn more about him and herself. It would be quite some time before Berengar discovered her true identity. If Berengar disappointed her in any way, she would move on with her life. After all, she did not plan to be a bird in another cage. Hearing Honoria take his advice to heart, Agnellis petted her glossy white hair before saying his goodbyes. "Well, I trust you to take care of yourself. I must be going now. Not only do I have to unload these jewels, but I also have to search for my sister, who should surely be in hiding right now. I pray that we may meet again, Your Highness." With that, Agnellis bowed before stepping onto his galley. The ship quickly set sail, leaving Honoria in the harbor, watching her friend depart. Heraclius was flying in the sky, following the vessel to ensure it reached the river safely. He would return in a few hours, satisfied with the results. Honoria was not like Conrad. Berengar had no intention of confining her to the castle. She was free to roam the city as long as she had a proper escort. The escort's job was simply to protect Honoria. As for collecting information on her, there were plenty of spies in Kufstein under Berengar's command who could discreetly track her movements. After Honoria's arrival, Linda quickly set her spies to infiltrate the Byzantine Empire and gather information on two people, Princess Honoria and the identity she was using in Kufstein, Valeria Zanara. However, it would be some time before her spies even arrived in Constantinople and Antioch, let alone began to gather intelligence. Thus, for now, all Berengar and Linda could do was watch the girls' interactions in Kufstein. With Agnellis' departure, Honoria had some free time, so she decided to spend it walking around Kufstein and getting acquainted with the locals. Berengar's guard protected her, indicating her importance to the Duke, and as such, nobody dared to threaten her as she walked through the city. Kufstein was beginning to resemble an early modern city, with small and large shops scattered throughout the trade district. Some of these shops were owned by the nobility, others by Berengar's dynasty, and a few by the growing middle class. Honoria visited a clothing shop to admire the beautiful Austrian fashion she had seen Linda wearing. Despite her luxurious silk clothes, she was fascinated by the designs that had appeared in Kufstein and began trying on dresses in the shop. These dresses, though made for the common folk, still featured some degree of embroidery on their bodices. Noble women typically had their dresses hand-tailored by exclusive shops dedicated to upper-class fashion. After exploring the common folks' fashion, Honoria entered one of the largest noble fashion stores, where she saw exquisite and detailed dresses that were like works of art. While Berengar had introduced modern women's underwear, he was also a big fan of the corset. They were now commonly worn by women of all statuses with their dresses. When Honoria noticed that several women in the shop looked abnormally busty, she was surprised. She had no idea what a corset was or how it helped with a woman's figure. Seeing the beautiful young woman dressed in foreign attire enter the store, the shop clerk quickly approached Honoria and inquired about her fashion interests. "I apologize if this sounds strange, but you are as beautiful as a princess. I think you would look stunning in some of the dresses our shop has to offer. I suggest this lovely mint green and gold dress that is exclusive to our shop. It will complement your eyes perfectly." Honoria was immediately overwhelmed by the shop clerk. Before she could respond, she was ushered into the changing room and swiftly measured all over by the tailor, which she felt significantly violated her privacy. Consequently, she blushed. After the measurements, the tailor, a woman, smiled and proclaimed Honoria's measurements aloud. 30C-20-30, not bad. Don't worry, I'll have a dress fit for you in no time. The shop's clerks and tailors did not bother to check if the woman could pay the steep price for the high-end fashion. After all, she was protected by Berengar's guards, and if she couldn't pay, they could always build a castle. Berengar was known to pay a fair price for his fiancées and lovers' dresses, and because of this, nearly every tailor in the city had desired to make a dress for one of his women. After some time, Honoria walked out of the stall in a mint green dress with gold embroidery in the Elizabethan fashion style from Berengar's previous life. Due to the corset, she felt extremely uncomfortable at first, yet it accentuated her already perfect figure, making her look even more desirable. Approaching the counter with an awkward smile, she informed the clerk that all she could pay with was jewelry. I don't have any local currency on me, I can only pay with jewelry. Is that all right?" Though Honoria was uncomfortable with being forced into this situation, she loved how the dress looked on her and did not want to leave it behind. However, the clerk merely smiled and informed her it was hers to take. "Don't worry about that. If you are close to Berengar, he will properly compensate us. Just make sure to tell everyone where you got the lovely dress." With this, Honoria nodded and departed with her bodyguards. She then headed back toward the castle, not knowing why, but eager to get Berengar's approval of her new dress as quickly as possible. Honoria quickly returned to the castle, eager to show off her new dress to Berengar. However, she was not familiar with the layout and soon got lost. By sheer chance, she ended up at Berengar's study, where he was currently approving naval expenses and drafting new ship designs. A powerful navy was a versatile one, and while his shipyards were under construction, he drew many different blueprints for future vessels. Berengar was designing a 20-gun sloop of war based on the USS Boston, commissioned in 1825 during his previous life. It was a fast and agile single-deck ship armed with 20 24-pound cannons. While drafting the blueprints, Berengar heard a knock on the door and assumed it was Linda, as she was usually the one who visited him during the day. With a smile, he said, "Babe, the door's open. Do you really need to knock?" Upon hearing this, Honoria began to flush as she slowly opened the door, revealing her gorgeous figure in her new dazzling dress. Berengar was quite shocked when he saw her and scratched his head with an awkward expression, realizing it was not Linda. "Lady Valeria, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Is there something I can help you with?" he asked. Honoria meekly entered the room and responded, "Not really, I was just curious, is all. I haven't seen your face in a few days and wanted to know what you were up to." She then twirled around in her new dress, hinting for Berengar to comment on it. Berengar had to admit she looked perfect in the dress, but he had a nagging suspicion that he would be the one ending up paying for it. So instead of complimenting her as she had hoped, he simply asked the question on his mind. "How much did that dress cost me?" Hearing this, Honoria began to pout. She had not received the response she desired and quietly muttered, "I don't know." Berengar found this adorable and smiled before giving her what she wanted. "Well, whatever it cost, it was worth it. It looks perfect on you." Honoria blushed and smiled, then sat down in the chair in front of Berengar's desk. As she did, Berengar placed his quill down and covered the ship blueprints with his naval expense reports. He did not want such sensitive information to be leaked, so he began telling her about his more mundane activities over the past few days to make her lose interest.
As for what I'm up to, I'm just attending to matters of the state. As a duke, I have a lot of work to do, most of it is rather boring. Honoria merely nodded, showing little interest. However, she noticed the bold words at the top of Berengar's paper. Her understanding of German was basic, but she could still read the word naval. As someone deeply fascinated with sailing, she was curious and asked, "Naval expenses? Am I reading that right? I didn't know Austria had a navy." Hearing this, Berengar's pleasant smile turned sour as he tried to conceal his activities. Building a grand Austrian navy was crucial to his plans, and for now, he wanted to keep his dreams hidden. So he tried to dissuade the girl from prying into his business. "Lady Valeria, I know you are naturally curious, but it is not polite to pry into the business of another's territory. I will forgive you this time, but I hope you do not try to entangle yourself in my affairs again." Hearing this, Honoria began to pout as she responded to Berengar's words. "I am sorry, I was just interested in sailing. I got excited when I saw the word naval. I promise I won't look at your documents in the future." Hearing this, Berengar was curious and asked Honoria the question on his mind. "You are interested in sailing, huh? Is that your dream? To sail across the Mediterranean, free as an eagle, with nothing but the salty sea wind to keep you company?" Honoria contemplated Berengar's words for a few moments before responding honestly. "Truthfully, I do not know. I have never had the luxury to think about my dreams for the future. I suppose you could say I am still finding that out." Hearing this, Berengar felt a twinge of pity for the girl. However, her next question surprised him. "What about you? What are your dreams?" This was a question Berengar often pondered, and he put on a pleasant smile as he shared his ambitions with Honoria. "At first, I wanted nothing more than to inherit my family's lands and spend about 30 years improving the lives of my people, and by extension my family and myself. Then, I planned to retire to a villa near a lake to live the rest of my days in peace." Honoria was curious, it seemed like a noble goal. However, she noticed he had prefaced his statement with it first, and she wondered what he thought now. So, she inquired further. "And now?" Berengar sighed, his expression turning solemn. As he did so, he revealed the heights of his ambitions. "The world is a cruel and unforgiving place, I learned that early in life. If I can do a little evil to achieve great things, then I will. I yearn for the unification of my people, and I don't simply mean the Austrians, but all Germans. Those who speak the German language and have some form of German culture should be united in a single empire to thrive and determine their destiny free from foreign interference. Everyone else contending for the title of King of Germany is doing so in pursuit of vainglory. I know I can do better, and in doing so, I can improve the lives of all German people, even if it comes at the expense of other cultures and ethnic groups. Thus, I will fight to achieve this, and I will die in pursuit of my dream if necessary. A dream is something you should pursue even if everyone else says it's impossible, something you are willing to kill and die to achieve. When you feel such overwhelming passion for something, you know you have found your purpose in life, that's my belief. History will either remember me as the world's greatest villain or Germany's greatest hero. Either way, I do not care, so long as I can accomplish my dream." Hearing Berengar speak so passionately about his dreams inspired Honoria to find what she cared about deeply. She asked Berengar for guidance on the issue. "What do you think my purpose is?" Berengar sighed heavily and shook his head before responding. "That is for you to find out, but if you are fascinated by sailing, it might be a good place to start. For now, I can hire a few sailors to teach you how to sail a riverboat. If you fall in love with it, I can send you to Istria in the future, where I am establishing a naval academy." Honoria was touched when she heard this and instantly placed her hands on her heart as she listened to Berengar's kind words. She quickly followed up, asking the thoughts on her mind. "You would do this for me?" Berengar smiled and nodded. "Sure, why not? You are under my protection for the time being. You might as well learn a thing or two while you can." Tears began to form in Honoria's mint-colored eyes, and she could no longer control her overwhelming emotions. She knew it would be no small cost for Berengar to hire sailors to teach her how to sail, and yet, despite barely knowing her, he was willing to go so far to help her find her dreams in life. She could barely contain her happiness and quickly latched onto Berengar,
hugging him tightly while whimpering into his chest.
"Thank you."
Berengar did not know what exactly this girl had been through to be so happy over what to him was such a small favor. However, he decided to let the girl cry out her emotions into his doublet and merely patted her head as she did so.
Of course, the moment Honoria latched onto him, Berengar could see Linda's sky-blue eyes staring at him with a murderous glare from the doorway.
This sight immediately sent shivers down Berengar's spine, and though he tried to jump up from his seat, he was held down by the whimpering princess. Linda did not bother entering the room. Berengar had already seen her displeased appearance in the doorway, and that alone was enough to send a message to him. When she finally left, Berengar sighed deeply and thought to himself, "I am going to pay for this later." After his brief discussion with Honoria, Berengar sent her away from his office, claiming he had work to do. She was happy to oblige and left Berengar alone in the room. Not long after, Linda arrived, appearing rather upset. The moment she closed the door behind her, Berengar knew he was in trouble.
Linda stood before Berengar's desk, staring him down.
After a few moments of awkward silence, she sighed, sat down, and rested her pretty face on the palm of her hand before speaking.
"I can't leave you alone with the girl, can I?"
Berengar had a worried expression on his face. He was well aware of how dangerous Linda could be when she was upset, and though it was a misunderstanding, she would not easily believe him. Thus, he tried to explain his innocence to his lover.
"I swear I am innocent.
I simply did her a favor, and she latched onto me like a leech."
"How was I supposed to know she's so clingy?" Linda's sky-blue eyes stared at Berengar with a curious gaze before she asked the question on her mind. "You did her a favor, huh? What might that be?"
Berengar had nothing to hide, and as such, he explained the conversation he had with Honoria. "I merely told her that since she was interested in sailing, I could hire someone to teach her how to sail a riverboat properly. If she was interested further, I could always send her to the naval academy I am building sometime in the future."
Linda had a hard time believing Berengar's words.
After all, the girl was clinging to him so tightly. She narrowed her gaze at Berengar to see if he was lying. Though Berengar was nervous, he was innocent of any foul play, and he returned Linda's glare with one of resolve. Seeing that Berengar wasn't lying, Linda sighed and gave him a friendly warning. "Don't let that little vixen dig her claws into your heart. If she turns out to be the Byzantine princess, it could only bring trouble."
Berengar nodded as if he understood Linda's message.
However, in reality, he had begun to reconsider his options regarding this so-called Lady Valeria.
If the girl was Princess Honoria, several paths presented themselves for how to proceed. Linda was no fool.
The moment she saw Berengar nod, the look in his eyes flashed from genuine to deceitful, and she glared at him, demanding answers.
"Just what are you thinking in that scheming mind of yours?"
When Berengar realized Linda had already discovered he was plotting something, he smiled bitterly and revealed his thoughts.
"I can't hide anything from you, can I? Fine, I'll tell you my plans."
Berengar poured himself and Linda a drink as they began to chat about his plans. He filled his chalice with fortified wine, but since they aimed to have another child, he poured her a cup of water instead.
"Let's say the girl is Princess Honoria. Aside from appeasing the Byzantines and preventing a diplomatic crisis, what can we possibly gain from sending her back to the empire?" Linda thought for a few moments and answered.
"We could potentially gain their gratitude, further increasing the amount of trade we have with them."
"Isn't that enough?" Berengar wagged his finger and clicked his tongue.
"Tisk, tsk. You're thinking too small, my dear. If she is the princess and has fallen for me, why not take advantage of this and have a son with her? If I do this, my dynasty gains a claim to the Byzantine Empire, a weak claim to be sure, but enough to depose the next emperor if he proves hostile to us."
Linda looked at Berengar as if she were speaking to a madman before expressing the thoughts on her mind.
"That is a little risky. If the Byzantines find out we are harboring their runaway princess with the intent for you to make her into another one of your consorts, they will surely take action against us." To this, Berengar leaned back in his chair and smiled before speaking his opinion on the matter.
"By the time they can take any practical action against us, aside from severing trade, our army and navy will be greater than theirs.
It will take years for them to conquer North Africa, assuming they ever find out that we harbor the princess.
How many people know what she looks like? How many of them are here in Kufstein?
Only Aretha's would be able to reveal her identity, but she can easily be hidden from him. Sure, there is a significant risk, but there is an even greater reward. Even if they do paint a picture of her and use it as a bounty for her safe return, let's be honest, how many people will recognize her? The artistic talent of people these days is not exactly lifelike. Not like the artists I have fostered here in Kufstein. Of course, all of this relies on the fact that she is the princess. If she is who she claims she is, then I have no interest in the girl, and you can rest easy. After hearing this, Linda sighed before looking deeply into Berengar's eyes and asking the question on her mind.
So, you don't have feelings for her? Berengar smiled, leaning back into his chair with a wide grin.
As usual, he was brutally honest with his lover about his feelings toward other women.
At the moment, no. I am simply planning for the future.
However, if she proves to be Princess Honoria and my plans come to fruition, I hope I don't fall for the girl. After all, her innocence is quite charming, and I have more than enough love to give to 3 women.
Linda scoffed. Balancing things with Adela was already difficult.
If a 3rd woman entered their already complex relationship, she knew she would have a headache. Despite this, she knew that once Berengar had set his mind to something, it was impossible to convince him otherwise. She took the chalice she was provided and quickly downed its contents, careful not to spill a single drop of the water before responding to Berengar's audacious claims.
I hope you know what you are doing.
Before Linda could get up and walk away, Berengar spoke again, instantly capturing her attention.
Of course, there is another option.
I could marry the girl and seal an alliance with the Byzantine Empire. This would require effective diplomacy, and I would need to elevate my status to that of a king to gain the emperor's approval.
Hearing this, Linda was shocked and immediately stared at Berengar as if he were a scoundrel. You would break your betrothal to Adela for this woman you barely know.
To this insinuation, Berengar feigned offense as he clarified his thoughts to his lover.
Why, Linda, I am offended that you would suggest such a thing. You know how much I love my little fiancée. Of course not, but who is to say I am limited to one wife? As king, I could easily enact polygyny. After all, with my new succession laws, it will not be an issue for the future of the kingdom. If the reformists have a problem with it, I can always justify it with the fact that Abraham had multiple wives. Hearing this, Linda stared at Berengar in shock for a few moments before expressing the thoughts on her mind. You have truly thought through everything, haven't you?
To this, Berengar nodded with a smug grin on his face before answering in the most arrogant way possible.
Someone has to, do they not? After hearing this, Linda smiled before departing.
However, as soon as she left, that smile quickly turned to a frown. She was not happy about this new arrival or Berengar's plans. Thus, she quickly got to work writing a letter to Adela to inform her about the appearance of a new rival in their complicated relationship. Perhaps together, the two could convince Berengar not to go through with such a thing. Of course, Berengar had no idea that his 2 women would begin to scheme behind his back to prevent Honoria from entering his little harem. After all, he was much too busy overseeing the management of the Duchy of Austria and implementing a series of reforms that would change the political and legal landscape of the realm for the foreseeable future. Under his guidance, the industrial age would soon be forced upon Austria.
If he wanted his territory to enter this new era peacefully, significant changes would have to be made to his rudimentary constitution and transitional government.
A new day had arrived, and with it, Berengar found himself thrust headfirst into work in approving his reforms.
The first order of business was redrafting his constitution to apply to the entirety of the duchy.
As the Duke of Austria, who had recently quelled a rebellion of his most disloyal subjects, Berengar was in a unique position to overhaul his territory. Consequently, he was in the process of addressing the flaws in the constitution he had previously established. For example, he was moving away from the House of Commons and House of Lords to implement a more streamlined bicameral legislative system, partially inspired by the early United States Constitution from his past life.
He established a House of Representatives as the lower house of his bicameral legislature.
These representatives would be elected by qualified voters, such as German men of upstanding character and proven intellect. The second chamber of his legislature was the Senate,
whose members would be elected by the county legislatures. Similar to the United States, the House of Representatives would be based on the total population, while the Senate would consist of 2 individuals per state, or in this case, county. Representatives and senators had a term limit of 4 years. If deemed incompetent, corrupt, or guilty of other misconduct, they could be removed by the executive and replaced until the next election. The House and Senate functioned similarly to those of the United States but in a more streamlined manner. Bills would first be introduced in the House, then sent to the Senate for review or acceptance by a majority vote. From there, the bill would be presented to the Duke, who could sign it into law, revise it to his wishes and send it back to the Senate for further approval, or veto it. Unlike the American Constitution, there was no override of a Duke's veto, though the bill could still be reintroduced through the legislative process. However, a veto was usually considered a firm stance by the Duke, indicating he did not desire such a law. The so-called House of Lords would be repurposed as the Duke's Council, which essentially acted as a cabinet. Their responsibility was to help lead Berengar's reforms while serving under him. The Duke's Council could be appointed and dismissed at any time according to the reigning Duke's determination. Part of the Duke's Council's responsibilities included selecting a successor to the Duke in the event that he passed away without appointing one himself. The process involved voting among eligible members of the von Kufstein dynasty for the position. Whoever received the most votes was chosen. This was a fail-safe, established to ensure the most competent successor was selected in the event that the Duke passed away before choosing the best candidate from his dynasty to replace him. The Duke's Council would only choose the successor in very limited circumstances. The executive branch of government was ruled by the Duke at the federal level. At the state and local levels, the reigning noble of the territory would act as governor. They were required to introduce a localized form of government, such as a state legislature and court system, to aid them in their governance. The nobility who ruled over their territories were allowed to continue doing so as governors, with the succession laws that apply to the Duke also apply to all governors. This ensured the most competent person was selected as the governor of their region. Each Duke had executive powers, which allowed them to pass legislation without the approval of federal and county legislatures. However, these could be quickly repealed by the next Duke. This was to ensure the political power of Berengar and his descendants, so they would not become merely powerless figureheads. With the legislative and executive branches refined, the judicial branch was further elaborated and based on the American Republic from Berengar's previous life. A Supreme Court was established to determine what was legal based on the Constitution. As with all judges, these Supreme Court justices were appointed by the Duke and served for life. However, if the Duke determined that they had failed to fulfill their duties according to the law and instead operated on a personal agenda, he could have them removed and replaced. This constitutional system allowed for some semblance of freedom while still retaining significant control of the government in the hands of Berengar and his dynasty. In doing so, he created a semi-constitutional monarchy. In practice, Berengar still had the power to make any decision he pleased and could stack the government in his favor. He also maintained a strict stance on a small, intelligent electorate comprised of full-blooded, law-abiding German males, preventing any foreign influence in his elections, as the non-German minority had no voting rights whatsoever. This helped maintain the idea of a united German fatherland for years to come. Of course, he allowed for a transitional period of 10 years where he still ruled as an absolute monarch. This period could be extended by the Duke if deemed necessary, allowing him to gradually assimilate his territory into his new style of government. After drafting these constitutional reforms, Berengar sighed heavily. He had spent a lot of time and effort revising his constitution. It would likely change in the future when he progressed from Duke to King, and eventually to Emperor. For now, this was his best effort. Linda entered the room and placed a flagon of beer on Berengar's desk. In her own hands, she held a goblet filled with milk. She glanced at the reforms and noticed the exhausted expression on her lover's face. Sighing, she commented on Berengar's work. "You do realize that when word of this gets out, the neighboring duchies and kingdoms will be even more upset with you than they currently are. You are single-handedly overhauling centuries of governance into something new that greatly strips away the nobility's power." Berengar laughed, grabbed Linda's perfectly shaped face, and expressed his views.
Sure, the nobility will lose their ability to draft troops, issue currency, and own all the land. However, they will still act as de facto governors of their territories and will have more wealth than before when my reforms are implemented. Currently, most noblemen gain their wealth by taxing poor peasants. With the industrial age upon us, businesses will boom, and goods will be sold. The common people will grow wealthier and afford nicer houses, and the currency they use to purchase the land to build those houses will go into the hands of the nobility, who currently own that land. It's not like I'm taking all the nobles' land away. They will still have vast swaths of territory and will more than make up for the loss of land with shares in the businesses that are bound to spread across Austria in the coming years. The nobles may not hold all the wealth of the duchy in their hands, but they will be wealthier than they were before, and that is all that matters. When the neighboring kingdoms realize that our realm's nobility is more affluent than they will grow envious and spiteful. They might lash out against us, but we have the power of industry on our side, and their feudal armies have already proven no match for my professional army. Hearing Berengar's long-winded speech about the forthcoming age, Linda grew wide-eyed as she imagined what it would be like. She greatly admired Berengar's vision for the future and the lengths he was willing to go to achieve it. Thus, she wrapped her arms around her lover, gazed at the latest draft of the Constitution, and asked another question that was on her mind. In the end, all the power rests in your hands, doesn't it? Everything else is just a ruse to appease the commoners and the nobles. According to this constitution, you can pretty much replace anyone you don't like in the government with someone who supports you. To this, Berengar smiled and took a sip from his beer. After a moment of deep thought, he responded, "The average person can't be trusted with any semblance of political power. Even if I were to make my population fully literate, the masses would never understand the inner workings of government. They will inevitably vote into power people who promise them the most benefits at the expense of the nation. This will lead to corruption, and the nation will slowly decline into total collapse. Only by maintaining an educated and intelligent electorate can a republican-style government genuinely thrive. However, the more literate people become, the more they will ultimately want representation. Thus, if I try to hold on to all the power like a despot, there will inevitably be a revolution. Creating a lasting empire is built upon compromise. With this, I hope to create a long-lasting system where our descendants maintain power, and those intelligent enough to understand how the government works are placated with appropriate representation of their interests." Hearing this, Linda nodded, and a sly smile appeared on her face. "In other words, the Duke knows best, right?" To this, Berengar chuckled before responding, "I suppose you could say that." Thus, the Constitution of the Duchy of Austria was drafted, creating a system that somewhat resembled a limited republic while still giving significant control to the nobility and the Duke. Berengar had carefully crafted a constitution that he felt limited the negative effects of both constitutional republics and monarchies, while still maintaining a significant degree of control for himself and his dynasty. Within the city of Graz, deep inside the belly of its castle, a young woman in the middle of her adolescent years was found. This girl was Adela von Graz, the fiancée of the infamous Duke Berengar von Kufstein. While Berengar was beginning to introduce a series of legal reforms that would shock the European world, his fiancée was reading a letter written to her by her rival in love, Linda von Habsburg. With the arrival of Princess Honoria, Linda felt a significant threat to her position and thought it necessary to inform Adela about the situation, as Berengar had purposely neglected to mention the appearance of a new potential rival. The letter did not openly state that Linda suspected this young woman from the East to be the lost princess of the East. Instead, it merely introduced her as a young maiden lying about her identity and trying to get close to Berengar. However, as Adela read the contents, her expression began to sink. She was well aware of the relationship between Berengar and Linda at this point. After all, it was common knowledge. She had even come to terms with the idea of Berengar taking a lover on the side and had convinced herself that great men were capable of such things. However, news of a foreign beauty from the East who was potentially lying about her identity while trying to capture Berengar's attention was something Adela did not take lightly. Judging by the contents of the letter, Adela figured there was more to the story. If Linda was worried about this new arrival to the point of writing a letter to Adela, it was a serious situation. Adela lay down upon her bed, pouting as she read the contents of the letter. She instantly voiced her discontent with the situation.
Berengar, you dummy. Adela had a quick wit and instantly looked closer at the letter. Perhaps something she had missed would explain Linda's worry more adequately. After studying the letter, Adela found it was written in code. If she wrote down the first letter of every third word, it formed an expression of its own. She quickly began to decipher the content and, after writing it down on a separate piece of paper, 2 words stood out: Princess Honoria. Adela was not too familiar with the royal court of the Byzantine Empire and, as such, was utterly unaware of who Princess Honoria was. Still, the fact that this young maiden from the east had the title of princess could only mean one thing: Adela's position as the primary wife was being threatened. After all, if Berengar were to add a princess to his collection of beautiful young women, it would make sense for him to marry her instead, especially if she came from a powerful kingdom. With this news, the young girl began to nibble on her thumbs in anxiety. After careful consideration, she realized her 14th birthday was around the corner, and she would have to have a conversation with Berengar about this when he finally arrived. Thus, she wrote a letter to Linda, thanking her for informing her of these matters and requesting her presence at her birthday so the two could confront Berengar about this issue together. After writing the letter, Adela heard a knock on her door. She quickly walked over and opened it, revealing the voluptuous figure of her eldest sister, Eva, who now had a worrisome expression on her face. Since Berengar's reconquest of Austria, Eva's husband, Wolfgang, had been deposed as the Count of Salzburg and replaced by his younger brother at Berengar's behest. Despite her and her husband's apologies for their actions while Berengar stayed in Graz, the man followed through with his threat. He thoroughly removed Wolfgang from any position of authority, doing so while Conrad was still alive and serving as the regent of Austria. Since then, Wolfgang and Eva permanently moved to Graz at the behest of the new Count of Salzburg. After all, the man could never forgive his older brother for forsaking their homeland and fleeing Steiermark while Salzburg was embroiled in warfare. Since then, Eva and her husband had become humbled, and with Adela being the fiancée of the new Duke of Austria, Eva no longer engaged in daily conflict. Instead, she began to grovel at Adela's feet, hoping the young girl might convince her future husband to restore Wolfgang's position. Thus, when Adela saw Eva in her doorway, she sighed and shook her head, asking the question on her mind. "What now, Eva? I am a little busy." Eva could tell that Adela was distressed, which was unusual for the little girl who was usually so full of life. Seeing this as an opportunity to curry favor with her younger sister, Eva put on a worried facade and returned Adela's question with one of her own. "Little Adela, is everything all right? You look quite upset." Though Adela knew what games Eva was playing, she honestly didn't care, as it would be nice to vent her frustrations to someone. So, she opened the door all the way and allowed Eva into the room before sitting down on her bed and hugging her pillow. "A princess is visiting Berengar, and I am afraid he will try to marry her instead." Eva was quite shocked by this. When she had tried to seduce Berengar, he paid no attention to her natural charms. Thus, she was also quite upset when she heard another woman had begun to try to latch onto her little sister's beloved fiancé. However, she hid her inner fury and tried to console Adela instead. "A princess, huh? Which princess? Do you know her name and what kingdom she's from?" Hearing this, Adela merely shook her head as she stared at the floor. "I have never heard of her before. Do you know who Princess Honoria is?" Eva had to think for a few moments before a light sparkled in her eyes, and she remembered where she had heard the name. "Where did you hear that Princess Honoria visited Berengar? That shouldn't be possible. As far as I know, there's only one princess by that name, the imperial princess of the Byzantine Empire. She's supposedly quite the beauty. However, she's been locked up in the palace her entire life and is restricted from interacting with outsiders. There's no way she could have visited Kufstein to see Berengar. Her father, the emperor, wouldn't allow it." Hearing this, Adela's eyes lit up, and the dread she felt began to fade. She might have been reading too much into the letter. Still, the odds of a hidden message like the one she found being a coincidence were non-existent. As such, she decided to show Eva the letter and explained how she found out about the princess's name. A scowl formed on Eva's face as she tried to think through what this meant. Eventually, Eva came to a conclusion and began to suggest what she thought the message conveyed to her little sister. In the actual letter, it appears this girl is going by the name Valeria Zanara, and she claims to be from Antioch. However, Linda suspects she is lying about her identity.
The hidden message might be her guess about her identity. I highly doubt it is Princess Honoria, unless, of course, she ran away from home to visit Berengar, but that's impossible, right?
I mean, how would she even know who Berengar is? Let alone how could she get to Kufstein by herself? This has to be some form of mistake. Adela nodded at Ava's comment. It made sense.
However, she also knew Linda's character well enough to know that Linda would never panic like this and send an encrypted message with a suspected identity unless she was certain about her conclusion. Thus, Ava's comments did little to calm Adela's nerves, despite the sound logic. After a few moments of thinking, Adela realized there was no point in worrying about such a thing. She would have to confront Berengar when he arrived for her birthday. It was not far away, and she could wait patiently for an answer until then. Seeing Adela cheer up, Ava asked the question that was actually on her mind. "Now that you're in a better mood, can you ask your fiancé to restore Wolfgang's position for me?" Hearing this, Adela merely rolled her eyes and began to push Ava out of her room.
"Get out of my room, Ava!"
Despite Ava's protests, she eventually found herself on the other side of the door, pouting. This was the 13th time she had asked Adela today, and as usual, she was rejected. She would have to find some other way to convince Adela to talk to her fiancé about the issue at hand. While Berengar was busy with his usual office work, Honoria waited patiently outside his study. Although she was allowed to move freely within the city of Kufstein, she mostly stayed inside the castle, waiting for the right moments to approach the man who had caught her interest. Because Berengar was constantly under Linda's watchful gaze, Honoria had few opportunities to get to know him well. So far, Berengar had not responded well to her advances, at least not as well as she had hoped. She was beginning to doubt her charm, especially since Berengar already had Linda, a woman so beautiful she was called one of the 3 heavenly beauties of Austria. Even Honoria began to question her allure when compared to Berengar's lover. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. As long as she was in Kufstein, she wanted to learn more about Berengar and decide whether he was indeed the man for her. Thus, she waited outside his study door, planning to conveniently run into him and ask him to lunch. After several hours of waiting around the castle, Berengar finally emerged from his seclusion. As soon as he did, Honoria began to walk by and tried to bump into him casually. However, she ended up tripping over nothing and falling to the ground. Luckily, Berengar reacted quickly and caught her, steadying the young princess on her feet. He gazed worriedly into Honoria's mint-green eyes and asked, "Are you okay?" Honoria blushed as she stared into Berengar's one good eye, his charming face filled with concern. Her heart was stirred by feelings she couldn't quite understand. Thus, she looked away and pulled herself from his grasp, standing on her own 2 feet. "I am fine," she said, her voice a little shaky. Seeing her embarrassment, Berengar laughed and nodded. "Good. That's good." After saying this, Berengar began to depart. It was about lunchtime, and every day he would meet Linda at this time to share a meal. It was what you could call their daily date. However, the moment he started to walk away, Honoria began to panic and quickly grabbed his puffy sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. Berengar looked behind him to see Honoria's cheeks flushed as red as could be, her eyes fixed on the ground. She held her chest with her free hand and seemed to have trouble speaking. After a few moments of Berengar staring at her, Honoria finally gathered the courage and quickly voiced her thoughts. "Will you have lunch with me?" Berengar thought about this for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and agreeing to her request. Sure, why not? He ate lunch with Linda every day, but she wouldn't be too upset if he missed one, would she? Upon hearing this, Honoria's eyes lit up with excitement, and she quickly grabbed Berengar's hands, her heart fluttering. "Do you mean it?" Berengar was taken aback slightly, but he didn't show it on his handsome face. Instead, he patted the girl on the head and nodded. "Of course." Honoria nearly passed out from excitement upon hearing this. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and explained the date she had planned the previous night. She had stayed up late thinking about it. "I thought we could go to one of the sandwich shops in Kufstein. I've never tried such food before, and I felt it would be exciting." Berengar nodded in agreement,
it was good to eat a sandwich every once in a while. After all, he dined exclusively on top-quality German cuisine while living in the castle. He responded to her idea positively. An excellent idea, I know just the place. If you would follow me, I would be more than happy to escort you. With that, Berengar offered his arm, and Honoria quickly latched onto it with a happy grin. Berengar then led her out of the castle and into the city below. Of course, on the way, he picked up an escort of his guards who closely trailed behind them, watching with careful eyes for any attempt on their sovereign's life. Once in the city, Berengar led Honoria through the streets until they arrived at the old sandwich shop where he had taken Adela during their first date. The city had grown exponentially since then, and Berengar felt great nostalgia as he looked back on what was, a year ago, a small agricultural town. As he entered the sandwich shop, he noticed an extensive line. Because Berengar had frequently visited the shop in the past, it had become quite popular within the town. The owners even purchased the nearby buildings and rebuilt the shop into a much larger and more elegant establishment that employed over a dozen employees. There was outdoor dining available for those who desired it, and with it being the end of summer in the Alps, it was the perfect time to enjoy it. Who knew when Berengar would have another chance at such a thing? As they entered the sandwich shop, the line quickly parted for the Duke and the pretty girl on his arm. People in line instantly began to comment on the unknown woman attached to Berengar. It was commonly known that the Duke had both Adela and Linda, yet the white-haired beauty smiling lovingly at him was an unknown entity to the people of Kufstein. Immediately, men began to gaze at the Duke with envy and sigh to themselves, instantly admitting defeat when comparing themselves to Berengar. Helga was quite surprised to see Berengar arrive, as he had not been to her shop for some time. Not that Berengar did not desire to visit, it was simply a matter of not having the time. If Honoria had not approached him for a date, he likely would not have come to this place soon. The woman had a pleasant smile on her face as she greeted the man who, not long ago, was a baron's son. Your Grace. It is good to see you are doing well. It has been some time. Who is this lovely maiden so lovingly attached to your arm? Upon hearing this, Honoria could see the gazes of those around her narrowing with curiosity, wondering just what kind of girl Berengar had picked up now. The young girl's pale face instantly began to flush as she heard the grown woman speak. In response, Berengar smiled and introduced Honoria by the pseudonym she had given him. This is Lady Valeria, she is from the Byzantine Empire and is here in Kufstein for trade. I am simply treating her to some of the local delicacies. Though Berengar did not introduce her as another of his girls, the bystanders refused to believe that he had no intentions of making such a beautiful young maiden a member of his ducal harem. After all, he was well known as a shameless lecher by the men of Kufstein, who all greatly envied him. Helga nodded as she heard this. She, too, suspected something more serious between the couple. However, if Berengar did not want to publicly announce his relationship with the girl, it was far from her place to inquire. Thus, she asked a far more appropriate question. What can I get you, Your Grace? Berengar immediately responded with what he had in mind. After all, such food was new to Honoria. I would like a basket of bierox and 2 pitchers of fresh milk. Hearing this, Helga nodded and responded with a smile. Coming right up. After doing so, Berengar took a few silver pfennigs from his coin pouch and handed them to the woman, but she immediately began to decline. Your Grace, you do not have to pay. It would be rude for me to ask that of you. However, Berengar merely laughed at her response and joked. How do you stay in business? To this, the mature woman blushed, and Berengar forced the coins into her hands. I can't have you and your employees working for free just because I am the Duke. You deserve to be paid for your services. With that, he walked away with Honoria by his side and sat at the outside dining area while waiting for their food. Eventually, the food arrived, a tray filled with bierox and 2 bottles of fresh milk. Bierox were a vulgar German dish from Berengar's past life. Originating from a group of German immigrants who moved to Russia in the 18th century to farm Russian land, this dish was part of their preserved culture. They were allowed to maintain their traditions, leading to the creation of unique cuisines. Berengar could trace part of his ancestry to these people and had many of their recipes. Bierox were rolls filled with hamburger meat and cabbage. Though simple, they were delicious and easy to make.
The dish had become popular as a lunch food in Kufstein and was beginning to spread throughout Austria. After sitting in awkward silence while eating for some time, Berengar finally tried to initiate a conversation with Honoria. He asked a simple question about her background, knowing that, despite her lies, she was not very good at them, and any answers about her past would likely be accurate. "So, Lady Valeria, tell me about yourself. Do you have any siblings?" Honoria, caught off guard, was snapped out of her daze. She had not thought deeply about her background and decided to be honest, as she was not skilled at making up lies on the spot. "I have 3 brothers, all older than me." Berengar nodded, though she had no way of knowing that he was asking simple questions based on his knowledge of the Byzantine royal family structure. Her answer only confirmed his suspicions. "What is your relationship with your brothers? Do you get along at all?" Hearing this, Honoria went silent and began to fidget with her hands, unsure how to respond. She thought deeply about what to say next before responding with the truth. After all, she was growing more fond of Berengar by the day, and it was better to be honest about small things like this than to make up a completely fabricated background and have to explain her real past later. Thus, she sighed before addressing Berengar's question. "I wouldn't say we get along, but we certainly aren't on bad terms either. Growing up, they mainly left me alone. My father was pretty strict since I was his only daughter, and he made it well known to my siblings that I was special. They looked out for me, but honestly, I think deep down they were deeply envious of how pampered I was." Berengar nodded as he listened to her story. By the look on Honoria's face, she did not want to speak of her past anymore at the moment. However, Honoria's next words shifted the conversation. "What about you? Is Henrietta your only sibling?" Berengar could tell the girl was honest with him, and as such, he decided to be honest as well. His fists began to curl as he reflected on the past, speaking in a grave tone. "I had a brother." After hearing this, Honoria was naturally curious and asked the question on her mind. "Had?" To this, Berengar sighed heavily before admitting the truth. "He tried to kill me multiple times. You could say he was envious of me, to the point that he wanted what was naturally mine by right. For this, he was disowned and sent to the Teutonic Order." Honoria could tell there was more to the story and asked about it once more. "And then?" Berengar's eyes shifted to Honoria's, noticing the inquisitive gaze in her eyes. However, he ultimately decided not to reveal the result of Lambert's death, at least not at the moment, and replied calmly with a determined expression. "That is a tale for another time." Honoria quickly realized Berengar wanted to shift the conversation. As such, she asked another question about him. Her curiosity about the man would not be satisfied with a single query. "So, I heard from some people around town that all these magnificent changes in Austria over the past year are solely because of you. Where did you get all these ideas from?" Berengar smiled and laughed at Honoria's comment. He decided to tease the girl and leaned in close to her, whispering, "Do you know what reincarnation is?" To his surprise, Honoria nodded. "One of my brothers once talked to me about it. He heard about it from a merchant from the Far East. It's supposedly the idea that when you die, you are born into the body of another person, right? What does that have to do with your ideas?" Berengar nodded as he continued to tease her. "Suppose I were to say I was reincarnated, from a distant future in a world far more advanced than this one. What would you say?" Surprisingly, the girl did not call him crazy or think he was joking. Instead, she took it seriously and looked at Berengar with disbelief. She quickly blurted out the thought on her mind. "Are you serious?" With this, Berengar knew he had revealed something he shouldn't have. If the girl believed him, it could create some troubles, so he quickly shook his head and denied the reality. "No, I was just joking, Valeria. You shouldn't take comments like this so seriously." To this, Honoria chuckled awkwardly before responding to Berengar. "Of course. I knew that." After saying this, Honoria began to pout. She did not enjoy being made fun of, especially by Berengar. Noticing that she was displeased, Berengar made up some story about how he came to understand these things. "There's a lot of good information in old books. You'd be surprised what you can find in them.
I took their ideas, thought about them for a while, and deduced the things I created. Without those who laid the groundwork before me, I never would have been able to dream up what I know. Honoria bought this line immediately. It sounded far more feasible than being reincarnated into the past from the distant future. Seeing that Berengar was supposedly honest with her, she began to lighten up. Berengar, of course, took advantage of this to push the conversation back towards Honoria. So now that I have told you something interesting about me, why don't you tell me something interesting about yourself? Honoria froze. She did not have anything interesting to say about herself, for she genuinely believed that besides being the princess of the Byzantine Empire, there was nothing remotely interesting about her. As such, her expression suddenly turned downcast, and Berengar began to change the subject. So these Bayaraks are pretty good, aren't they? The moment Honoria heard Berengar voluntarily change the subject because of her sadness, she felt touched and put a smile on her face while sniffling back the tear that had formed in her eye. Yeah, they're perfect. I can't believe your people eat such delicacies daily. The simplicity of the meal and the burgeoning middle class made such food relatively inexpensive, healthy, and exceptionally filling, especially when paired with a glass of milk. Thus, the Bayarak had become a standard item for those who could afford it. Honoria shifted the conversation to another question on her mind as she ate from her meal. So I hear you weren't always this amazing. Some people even refer to you as a completely different person than you were 2 years ago. However, nobody ever elaborates, as if they are afraid to speak about it. So I have to ask, what were you like when you were younger? Berengar chuckled lightly at this. He was not afraid of his past before his reincarnation, so he answered honestly. Honestly, I was a weak, lazy fool who tended to throw a tantrum whenever something didn't go my way. Though I am not proud of it, I have thrown more than my fair share of chalices at people because they insulted me. I am amazed I lived as long as I did, considering how much of a pompous ass I was. Honoria was shocked when she heard this. Compared to the man sitting before her, she simply could not believe Berengar was once such a person. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, if you don't mind me asking, what changed? Berengar sighed heavily, looking away towards the mountains in the distance with a bitter smile on his face. As if reminiscing about something serious, he responded in a grave tone. Someone close to me poisoned me. I survived it, and I suppose you could say that being on the brink of death made me realize how much I had wasted my life and how much I desired to turn it around. I am amazed at the man I have become in such a short time. Hearing this, Honoria's mouth fell agape. However, she was sharp enough to quickly piece things together, despite her naivety. She had an awkward expression on her face as she asked her next question. Was the person who poisoned you your brother? To this question, Berengar sighed as he stood up from his seat and reached out his hand toward Honoria with a bitter smile. It is getting late, I will have to answer that question some other time. She noticed that Berengar did not want to talk about such a painful topic any longer, so Honoria took his hand, and he lifted her to her feet. They then walked back toward the castle, gazing at each other with affection as they held hands like a loving couple. While Berengar was off at lunch with Honoria, Linda had been left behind. The Duke's beautiful young lover sat in the middle of the dining hall, gazing at Berengar's empty spot with a downcast expression. Her doll-like face rested in her dainty hands as she tried to lift her bangs by blowing softly. She was dreadfully bored and puzzled by Berengar's delay. For the past few months, Berengar and Linda had synchronized their lunch schedules to enjoy a meal together every day as a couple. Yet, for some reason, the man her heart yearned for was absent. There was nothing Linda could do but wait patiently, like a loyal dog. After well over an hour, the castle doors opened, and Berengar entered. Though he had not intended to go to the dining room, Linda quickly made her way to the entrance. When she noticed that Berengar was holding hands with another woman, someone other than Adela, she instantly began to frown. She gave Berengar a chilling stare, one that hinted at murder. The moment Berengar saw this perilous gaze, chills ran down his spine, and he quickly pulled his hand away from Honoria. This caused the teenage princess to pout. No matter what she did, she could not seem to get the upper hand over Linda. The two young women glared at each other with vicious intent for several moments before Berengar broke the silence. Sweetheart, what are you doing here at this hour? Shouldn't you be at work?
Linda's attention snapped from Honoria to Berengar, and she immediately began to pout, turning her head to the side and refusing to look at her lover. At this moment, Berengar knew that Linda was truly angry with him, and so he began to apologize. "I'm sorry, Valeria approached me first and asked me to accompany her, you understand, don't you?" Despite this, Linda still did not meet his eyes. She was genuinely furious with her lover. Though she was aware that Berengar intended to make the girl a concubine or another wife, she honestly did not care. What upset her most was that Berengar was willing to practice polygamy because this little vixen was possibly a princess, not because he loved her enough to make her a proper bride. Berengar was not wise enough to notice the underlying reason for Linda's fury, and thus she did not accept his apology. Honoria saw this as an opportunity to take Berengar for herself. She ran up to him, grabbed his arm, and pressed it deep into her cleavage, intending to make Berengar aware that she, too, was well developed. The sight nearly made Linda's eyes pop out, and she instantly began to frown. However, before she could voice her dissatisfaction, Honoria began to insult her. "Linda, you are rather unfair to Berengar. All he did was listen to a small request of mine. I mean, it's not like you had lunch plans already. For all you know, we were merely discussing business. There's no reason to be so jealous." The moment Linda heard herself called jealous, she wanted to grab Honoria and strangle her. This little brat was taking things too far. However, she managed to contain her fury and instead approached Honoria to question her story. "Were you discussing business?" Berengar tried to interrupt, but Linda merely lifted her hand to silence him. In response, Honoria put on a pretty smile and spoke the words that she knew targeted Linda's insecurities. "Of course not. We were discussing our wedding plans." Upon hearing this, Linda nearly started swinging. Meanwhile, Honoria stuck out her tongue at the already outraged Linda, while Berengar tried to soothe her. By the time he turned his head, Honoria had assumed the act of innocence. Though Berengar had not seen the act, judging by Linda's sour expression, Honoria had done another thing to provoke his lover. This behavior began to perturb him, and he raised his voice as he addressed her. "That's enough, Honoria, you're taking this joke too far." Hearing this, Honoria was shocked. She had never been scolded in such a way before and felt heartbroken. It was only a small joke, but Berengar's authoritative voice, raised in scorn, was not something a sheltered princess like Honoria had ever witnessed. Slowly, she began to cry and ran off to her room like a spoiled child. When she was finally out of earshot, Linda crossed her arms and looked away from Berengar, pouting. Under her breath, she muttered, "Shouldn't you go check up on her?" A spoiled brat like her has probably never had a man raise his voice to her before. Seeing Linda's expression broke Berengar's heart, and instead of following Honoria, he took her hands and gave a command. "Look at me." Linda was startled, but she refused to comply with Berengar's command. When Berengar saw this, he raised his voice to Linda, just as he had with Honoria. While doing so, he yanked her into his embrace and grabbed her pouting cheeks. "Linda," I said, "look at me." Hearing this, Linda's training kicked in, and she obediently met Berengar's gaze. Instead of anger, his eyes were filled with love. He pulled her head into his chest and gently stroked her silky strawberry blonde hair, whispering in her ear, "I think I understand why you're angry. You're upset because I said I intend to enact polygamy to marry Honoria and form an alliance with the Byzantine Empire, aren't you? My silly girl, do you think I would ever leave you out of such a decision? Of course, I intend to marry you first. I've had this idea for some time. You deserve a proper wedding and the title of my wife. Even if you aren't the empress of the empire I will one day forge, you will still be my wife." Tears began to stream down Linda's exquisite face. She was deeply hurt when Berengar mentioned his intention to marry Honoria without addressing her fate. For too long, she had desired to be more than just a lover to Berengar, but due to his affection for Adela, she knew she could never fulfill such a role in his life. When he spoke of potentially enacting polygamy, she was both ecstatic and worried, as Berengar had not explicitly stated that he would marry her as well, mentioning Honoria as a potential second wife instead. Hearing Berengar express his intent to marry Linda made her happier than anything else he could have said at that moment. After tugging on Berengar's collar with an embarrassed expression, Linda whispered in a voice so low he almost couldn't hear it, "I love you." Before Berengar could respond, she kissed him passionately, pressing him against the wall. Berengar was initially shocked but quickly took control, reversing their positions. The two began to fondle each other in the hallway until Linda sighed heavily and pushed Berengar away, confusing him. "What is it? Did I do something wrong?" Berengar asked, puzzled by her actions. Linda sighed again before explaining her thoughts. "No, it's not that. As much as I want this, I know the little girl is crying in her room. I think it's best that you talk to her before she becomes too upset. We can always have our fun later tonight." Berengar chuckled lightly, and Linda shot him a glare. "What is so funny?" Berengar wiped a small tear from his eye, shook his head, and replied, "To think you care so much about the princess that you would give up this for her sake. It is funny, indeed." This greatly outraged Linda, and she blushed before pushing Berengar toward Honoria's room. "If you don't leave now, I really will have you here and now. Go!" Berengar laughed his way down the hall, which only made Linda angrier. Once he was out of earshot, she sighed and a beautiful smile spread across her face. "Why did I have to fall in love with such a playboy?" Berengar, on the other hand, walked toward Honoria's quarters and knocked on her door. After a few moments, all he could hear was sobbing, so he knocked again. After a second knock, a meek voice came from the other side. "Come in." After Berengar opened the door, he noticed that Honoria was wiping tears from her eyes while trying to maintain a calm facade. She was distressed from the scolding Berengar had given her, yet he did not pity her. Frankly, he found the girl spoiled and wondered how she had been raised. Berengar was not the type to tolerate a woman's missteps if she crossed the line, so he had no intention of apologizing. Honoria glanced at Berengar from the corner of her eye, avoiding his cold gaze. After a while, Berengar sat down next to her on the bed and began to lecture her about her behavior, albeit in a much gentler tone. "You realize you were out of line back there. I don't know what conflict you have with Linda, but you shouldn't deliberately antagonize her." Honoria pouted without responding, displeased that Berengar had come to lecture her rather than apologize. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and sulked in silence. Berengar, knowing exactly what she was thinking, elaborated. "I am not going to apologize for raising my voice. From what I understand, you've been pampered and spoiled all your life. Expecting me to grovel and confess guilt shows that you were poorly raised. As long as you are under my care, I will discipline you when you step out of line, something your father should have done long ago." When Honoria heard this, she frowned bitterly. Her entire life, she had been doted on by her father, which was part of the reason she acted so entitled. However, Berengar would not tolerate such behavior. If this girl was Princess Honoria, she needed to be molded into a proper young lady. The fact that Berengar had to become a father figure to this naive, pampered princess was exhausting, but since her father had utterly failed in that regard, Berengar supposed he could step up to the role. Eventually, Honoria looked over at Berengar with a sheepish expression. Hearing Berengar boldly declare that he would take care of her bad habits left a favorable impression on her. The young princess fiddled with her fingers for a few moments before expressing her thoughts. "I am sorry. You spend so much time with Linda and give her so much attention, seeing her jealous for once made me want to boast." Berengar immediately responded with a stern tone. "I am not the one you should be apologizing to. What you said to Linda was vile and mean-spirited. You intentionally targeted her insecurities in an attempt to hurt her, and I will not tolerate such behavior. If you continue to act in this manner, I will have no choice but to send you back to the Empire." Upon hearing this, Honoria instantly froze, and tears began to fill her eyes as a pleading expression took hold of her flawless face. The princess latched onto Berengar's hands and began to beg for forgiveness. "Anything but that. Please, I will do better. Do not send me back home." Hearing this, Berengar began to chuckle. The look on the girl's face was priceless, and he flicked her on the forehead before responding. "Then you better go apologize to Linda and hope she accepts it. Ultimately, it is up to her whether or not you are allowed to stay in Kufstein." Of course, Berengar did not mean such a thing, but Honoria had no way of knowing this. Thus, she quickly got up from the bed and ran out of the room, looking for Linda. Leaving Berengar alone in the quarters where the princess was staying,
he began to sigh and express his thoughts. I should have stuck with 2 women, balancing a trio will be the death of me. After saying this, Berengar began to dust himself off as he stood up from his seat and looked towards the entrance Honoria had run past not long ago. A wry smile appeared on his face as he voiced his thoughts aloud. Well, it is too late now. I don't know how she managed it, but that little brat has somehow burrowed her way into my heart. Hopefully, something good can come from this. Berengar moved towards the door, where he followed Honoria's footsteps until he arrived at a scene of the girl prostrating herself before Linda, apologizing for her previous actions. Linda was snickering as she gazed at the princess, who had lowered herself to a simple concubine. I am sorry for my cruel words and childish actions. I promise I will behave myself in the future. After listening to Honoria's apology, Linda feigned indifference for some time, causing a sense of worry to fill Honoria's heart. However, the girl waited with her head bowed until Linda forgave her. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Linda sighed heavily, resting her forehead in the palm of her hand. Fine. I accept your apology. However, if you purposely try to invoke my ire in the future, I will surely have you shipped back to Antioch. Honoria felt chills run down her spine as she heard this and quickly rose from her kneeling position, nodding her head. Afterward, she said nothing more. Meanwhile, Linda ignored the young princess and went over to Berengar, wrapping her arms around his back and pressing her chest against his. As she did so, the young beauty whispered in Berengar's ear, "Why don't we leave this little brat be and go enjoy ourselves?" A devilish smile appeared on Berengar's face as he grabbed Linda's behind in front of Honoria. This was the punishment Honoria deserved for her actions. It was now her time to feel jealous. However, it did not quite work as Berengar had planned. The couple's flirtatious actions made Honoria flush with embarrassment and cover her eyes. She was far too young and innocent to witness the intimate display between Berengar and Linda as they kissed passionately. After a few moments, Berengar took Linda's hand and led her away toward their bedchambers. As they left the room, Linda smirked at Honoria and blew her a kiss before departing with her lover. It would be some time before the two returned from their intimate encounter. When they did return, they found Honoria sitting in the dining room with a flustered expression. The girl was too embarrassed to move from her seat and was staring off into space. Seeing that it had been well over an hour and the girl was still shocked by his behavior, Berengar decided to play a prank on her. Thus, he snuck up behind her and whispered in the girl's ear, snapping her out of her daze. Are you perhaps jealous? Feeling the warmth of Berengar's breath on her ivory ear, the girl quickly jumped out of her seat and gazed at Berengar like a frightened rabbit in front of a big, bad wolf. Seeing the defensive look on her face, which was outright adorable, Berengar merely shook his head before responding to the girl. I am only joking, Valeria, you do not need to be so terrified. Sit, enjoy some food and wine. Hearing this, Honoria began to settle her racing heart and sat in her chair while Berengar and Linda sat beside one another at the head of the table. Eventually, Henrietta arrived and sat in her spot as well. Berengar then drank from his skull chalice once more. After taking a sip, he exhaled heavily and peeked over at Honoria, who still seemed a bit flushed from the passionate display he had shown her with Linda. He used this opportunity to inform the girl of the upcoming events. Valeria, the sailor I have hired to teach you will arrive in Kufstein tomorrow. It would be best to awaken bright and early to receive your training. I do not want my kindness to go to waste. After hearing this, Honoria's appearance began to return to normal, and she nodded her head slowly and silently. It had taken some time for her to get accustomed to the sight of Berengar and Linda kissing passionately in the open. Despite being inexperienced, she knew enough to understand what Berengar and Linda had gotten up to after leaving her behind. In a way, she felt defeated by Linda once more. Though she was interested in Berengar, it wasn't until she saw him locked in another young woman's embrace that she began to understand her feelings for him. Inside her heart was a mix of emotions she was trying to work through, so she ate her meal in silence while the other three at the table discussed various topics. She began to ponder the possibility that her jealousy of the attention Berengar showed Linda stemmed from her falling for him. After eating, Honoria returned to her room, where she prepared for sleep. While waiting for weariness to overtake her, she thought long and hard about the complex emotions she had felt throughout the day.
Today, the sailing instructor from Venice arrived in Kufstein to teach Honoria how to sail. Honoria woke up bright and early, eager to begin her instruction and appreciative of Berengar's kindness. She was currently learning to sail a caravel, a simple vessel used by most Mediterranean nations. Berengar had already purchased several of these vessels to teach his naval draftees, so he had more than one available for her training. Today was special for Honoria. Berengar took the day off to observe her progress and see if she was using the resources wisely. To his surprise, she already had some knowledge of sailing. Despite his reluctance to teach a woman, the instructor never complained, considering the generous pay. Instead, he did his best to equip Honoria with the necessary sailing skills. Berengar stood next to Heraclius, who perched on a post beside him, as they watched Honoria's actions. Her face, lit with genuine happiness, shone as she rigged the sails as instructed. Seeing this, Berengar and Heraclius exchanged a glance and then looked back at Honoria. When their eyes met, they both nodded slightly, as if sharing the same thought: this girl is too precious. After sailing down the Danube and back to Kufstein, Berengar, Honoria, and Heraclius disembarked. Berengar handed the instructor a sack of silver coins and thanked him. "Thank you for this. I know about your reservations, but you have helped me a lot." The man quickly snatched the pouch from Berengar's hands and began to count the coins to ensure the agreed-upon amount was still there. After doing so, he spat into the river before addressing Berengar's statement. "I don't like it. A pretty young thing like her should not be sailing. She should be at home making babies. However, you are the Duke of Austria, and if this is what you like to do with your playthings, far be it from me to complain." Hearing this, Berengar merely scoffed. He could not care less what this sailor thought of him. The sailor was simply a means to an end. After confirming the payment, the sailor departed for the city of Kufstein for the day. As usual, he would spend the silver he gained from Berengar on wine and women. As for Berengar, he escorted Honoria back to the castle and began to ask her about her day. "I see you are not wasting my charity. That is good. Tell me, now that you have some experience sailing, how do you feel about it?" Honoria thought about Berengar's question for a few moments before responding with a bitter smile. "I enjoy it. However, something feels off. It is not like when I was sailing with Agnellis." Berengar thought about this for a few moments before addressing her concerns. "I can think of two potential reasons for that. First, you have feelings for Agnellis, and you were more interested in spending time with him than in sailing." Hearing this, Honoria began to laugh at Berengar's speculation before teasing him. "Why, Duke Berengar, are you perhaps jealous of my relationship with Agnellis?" Berengar scoffed before replying, "You greatly overestimate your importance." When Honoria heard this, she instantly pouted, and the two walked in awkward silence for a while. After a few minutes, she asked Berengar about the second possibility he had mentioned. "What was your second idea?" Berengar seemed knowledgeable and worldly, so Honoria highly valued his opinion. After hearing the princess's question, he scratched his chin for a few moments before sharing his second thought on why she no longer enjoyed sailing as much as she used to. "The second reason could be that the thing you loved most about sailing was the freedom you experienced. Now that you are in a controlled setting as you learn to sail, you might feel as if that liberty is missing." The moment Berengar said this, Honoria's eyes flashed, and she looked at him with a complicated expression. She then smiled bitterly and revealed some of her past to Berengar, completely forgetting her cover story. "You are right. Growing up, I was never allowed to leave the palace. My father was strict and overprotective and did not even let me associate with other nobles my age. Though he doted on me in many ways, the reality was that the only company I had was my siblings, and they all treated me like a doll in a glasshouse. I used to gaze down from my window into the harbor every night as the sun began to set, imagining what life would be like if I could just run away and hop on a ship sailing to parts unknown, going on a grand adventure, discovering new lands, and meeting new people. When my father tried to marry me off to various princes, I was too shy to talk with them. Of course, I was too proud to admit this and told myself that they were too lazy, skinny, fat, ugly, unambitious, drunk, or any other excuse I could think of to justify in my mind that I was too good for them. As such, I rejected every suitor brought to me, resulting in me being betrothed to the worst of them all." Hearing the girl's story, Berengar was fully convinced that she was Princess Honoria. Her background matched what he knew about the princess from the Eastern Empire. Not only that, but she had used a term like palace to describe her family home instead of villa, which was an obvious indicator of her real identity. However, Berengar did not spoil the moment and merely decided to pet the girl on the head and comfort her. This caused her to look up at Berengar in shock, where she saw his charming smile before he said, "I am sorry you had to go through that, it must have been terrible. I, too, know what it is like to live a life of loneliness, without a single friend to call my own." Berengar was genuine when he said this. In his past life, he had spent most of it alone, as both of his parents worked all day, forcing him to endure a life of solitude in an empty house. When he was at school, he was always reading books, which often caused the other kids to ignore him. From the day he was born until he died, he did not have a true friend, merely a string of acquaintances that came and went from his life over time. At one point, he, too, had put on a confident facade. In doing so, he convinced himself that he was better than everyone else and that no woman was good enough for him. Because of this, he could partially understand Honoria's feelings about her lonely past, as he had experienced a similar childhood. Hearing Berengar express his sympathy as a kindred spirit, a tear began to form in Honoria's eye. Berengar quickly wiped it away with his finger, then took the girl into his embrace, stroking her silky white hair while speaking words of comfort. "Don't cry, you have something I never had." Honoria sniffled as she looked up at Berengar's gleaming sapphire eyes, her minty orbs filled with curiosity. "What's that?" Berengar glanced up at Heraclius, who was flying in the sky above, watching over his master like a guardian angel. "You have a loyal companion in Heraclius, at the very least, that gives you an advantage I never had." Hearing this, Honoria began to laugh. It was true, she was incredibly blessed to have such an intelligent and caring pet. The more she laughed, the more her sorrow began to fade until finally, there was silence. After they stopped outside the castle's gates, Honoria looked back at Berengar with a gentle smile and made a request. "Promise me something, will you?" Berengar smiled and nodded, not expecting it to be anything serious. "Sure, what is it?" Honoria, reassured by his response, spoke from her heart. "When you next find yourself troubled by your lonely past, seek me out, and talk to me about it. In return, I promise to tell you everything there is to know about me." Berengar was stunned by this. However, before he could respond to Honoria's request, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. As she did so, her cheeks began to flush, and she boldly announced her feelings. "I think I am starting to fall for you." With that, Honoria ran off into the castle, too embarrassed to face Berengar any longer. Berengar stood in the doorway, stunned, utterly unaware that Linda had seen the entire display from the tower above the courtyard, frowning. After a good night's sleep, Berengar awoke the next day and, after his morning tea, immediately immersed himself in his work. For starters, he began refining the legal system of the Duchy of Austria. Berengar believed that crime could not be tolerated, whether from a legal perspective or within a community. To him, the level of crime in a community was determined by what its people were willing to tolerate. He planned to expand legal reforms and include propaganda to encourage communities to report crimes to their nearest official. As such, he was designing comprehensive legal reforms. Although crime was rare in Tyrol, especially in the city of Kufstein, it had become widespread in much of Austria, and not just minor offenses. The devastation following the Bavarian occupation led thousands of peasants to flee to the cities for sanctuary. In their desperation, many turned to crime to survive, leading to the formation of criminal syndicates in the more impoverished regions of Austria. Berengar started his legal reforms with strict countermeasures against organized crime. Any person convicted of a crime and found to be associated with a criminal syndicate recognized by the Department of Intelligence's Internal Service was to be sentenced to death by firing squad. The criminal syndicates were still in their infancy and had not yet entrenched themselves in critical sectors of society. Berengar intended to root them out and destroy them from the roots. He refused to allow businesses and politics to become tied to criminal syndicates, as had happened in his previous life. Thus, even if someone committed a non-violent misdemeanor like fraud or theft, if they had ties to any known criminal syndicate, they would be sentenced to death. It was cruel, but Berengar had witnessed the rise of narco-states in his past life and was determined to prevent such a possibility from becoming a reality. Gangsters were the first to face the death penalty under this new system. Other heinous crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and rape were also deemed worthy of such punishment. For child molesters, Berengar had a special, intentionally designed hell. They would be castrated and then sentenced to indentured servitude, engaging in hard labor for the remainder of their existence. If they died from overexhaustion, Berengar did not care, that was one less mouth to feed. To make his stance clear, a strict federal age of consent was set at 16. Any adult caught having sexual relations with a minor would be tried as a child molester and, if convicted, sentenced as previously described. Other violent crimes carried sentences ranging from 3 years to life in prison, depending on the severity. Berengar planned to construct labor camps to serve as prisons, where convicted criminals would repay their debt to society through physical labor, often in dangerous jobs that posed significant risks to the civilian population or in monumental projects like canals and road building. There was a 3 strikes rule for felonies of all kinds. If convicted 3 times, the person would be sentenced to death, just like gangsters, murderers, kidnappers, and rapists. In this court system, those sentenced to death were allowed a single appeal. If the appeal led to a reinvestigation that found the person innocent, they would be released from their sentence. However, if found guilty after a single appeal, they would be immediately executed by firing squad. Berengar had seen taxpayers' money wasted on keeping criminals who were clearly guilty but awaiting their 7th appeal alive during his past life. To him, a second chance at a trial was fair enough. After that, if they were still found guilty, there was no point in keeping such monsters alive. It was an absolute waste of resources. For Berengar, mismanagement of the finite resources on this earth was a grave sin, and he had no desire to provide food and water to a criminal when it could be given to a starving child instead. As for non-violent crimes, it would entirely depend on the crime committed. For example, if one were convicted of theft, they would lose the hand they used to steal. Other sentences included imprisonment for a limited duration, assuming they survived the backbreaking work assigned to prisoners. They would either fear returning to such a hell or become repeat offenders, thus adding to their 3 strikes. Anyone convicted of a felony would be ineligible to vote in the future. Thus, they would also lose their say in how society was run, assuming they met the qualifications to be a member of the electorate in the first place. Though the system was harsh, it also had its fair points. For example, it was based on the American principle of innocent until proven guilty, and the burden of proving guilt fell upon the prosecutor. The determination of guilt was left to a jury of the suspect's peers. Berengar also declared the need for public defenders and the need to pay these defenders well, so that the position was considered desirable by talented lawyers. Like all the other reforms Berengar had begun, a transition date was set for 25 years, which could be renewed if there were not enough lawyers to meet the needs of the criminal justice system. The law enforcement system would be partially based on the United States of America from Berengar's previous life. Small towns and villages would fall under the jurisdiction of local sheriffs. There would also be state and federal agencies, including a dedicated Department of Border Guards, to ensure the legal and safe migration of people into Austria. Cities and larger towns would have dedicated police departments comprised of volunteers, who had to be Austrian citizens without a criminal background. These officers were authorized to use lethal force in self-defense and when a perpetrator was fleeing the scene of a crime. Torturing criminals for a confession or intelligence was outlawed for Austrian citizens. However, advanced interrogation methods were legal for use on foreign agents and criminals, while more barbaric practices were banned altogether. To equip these law enforcement officers, Berengar would supply them with breastplates, gorgets, bergenets, and revolving flintlock pistols. These pistols were rifled for greater accuracy and fired a smaller caliber variant of the musket ball for more significant effect. They also had a rifled flintlock cavalry carbine, which could have a bayonet affixed if necessary. The officers would be trained in the skills needed to fulfill their duties to the best of their ability, including horseback riding. Unlike the Grand Army of Austria, which wore black and gold lanzknecht attire beneath their armor, these police officers wore blue and black lanzknecht attire beneath their black and steel cuirasses. NCOs' and officers' armor was trimmed with a mirror polish that slightly resembled silver. The reasons for this were twofold: firstly, to protect officers from potentially violent criminals, and more importantly, to make it easy to distinguish law enforcement from military officials. Until now, Berengar's cities were garrisoned by military personnel who also acted as law enforcement agents. This created a feeling of oppression in many regions where lords had previously rebelled against his rule. By establishing dedicated police forces from among the locals, Berengar aimed to appease the masses by allowing them to be policed by their own people. He had worked the budget to fund all of this, and with his business soon starting production, Berengar knew he could easily afford it. He needed to stamp out the new wave of crime as quickly and efficiently as possible. Until such law enforcement agencies could be drafted, the garrisons would have to fulfill their duties according to the new laws. Berengar did not need prisons, but labor was always in demand. Therefore, dedicated prisons like those in his past life would be largely absent in his state. However, detention centers for those awaiting trial would be constructed shortly. Compared to medieval ideas of justice, this system was the fairest and most righteous treatment of suspects and criminals that anyone had ever imagined. Though many from Berengar's past life might label it as cruel and inhumane, it represented a significant step forward in progress. Besides, those people did not exist in this world. As for those from the future of this timeline, they would hopefully one day look back and be intelligent enough to realize that everything Berengar did was to modernize the medieval German world. Sometimes, harsh methods were necessary to achieve this. Weeks had passed since Berengar began production at the first glass factory, and it was now partially functional. Using Adela's trade connections, Berengar started selling the new crystal glass in limited quantities to wealthy noblemen of the Byzantine Empire. His plan was simple: create a demand for his luxurious glass products and then increase production to overtake Venetian business. The crystal glass became extremely popular in the East after the first batch was sold at a high price. As Berengar eyed the Republic of Venice's glass monopoly, the Venetians began to observe his actions, especially the shipyards under construction in Istria. The building of 3 large shipyards, far larger than those Venice owned, was of great concern to the Venetians. In response, the Venetian Doge sat in his office surrounded by members of his admiralty. These admirals, the greatest of his naval commanders, had gathered to discuss the potential rise of a grand Austrian navy and the threat it posed to Venice. One of the admirals stepped forward and presented a sizable, transparent glass bowl. The glass's clarity was shocking, and the Doge gazed at it with wonder, pondering its origin. In Berengar's previous life, the Doge's position was similar to that of a president in the United States. He was the de facto head of state for the Venetian Republic, a vassal state in this timeline of the Kingdom of Italy. With the unification of Italy and their current monarch being the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, the Venetian Republic and Genoa were granted certain autonomy in how their local governments functioned. In essence, they were more like protectorates than vassals. The Venetian Doge was shocked when he saw the high-quality, transparent glass and began to question his eyes. Is this glass? Who created such a masterpiece? Without hesitation, the admiral responded to the Doge's question with a frown. That would be the Austrians. While the Doge initially smiled, his face turned sour upon hearing this news. This immaculate crystal glass was a threat to Venetian dominance of the market, and he had to make sure his ears were not deceiving him. Are you telling me that Berengar has created such pristine glassware? Does he seek to seize our monopoly on the glass trade? The admirals looked at each other silently before the head admiral placed a document on the Doge's desk with a grim expression and summarized its contents. That is not all. There are reports that he is building 3 shipyards, far more significant than our own. We can't even imagine what kind of monstrous vessels he seeks to create within them, but needless to say, it does not bode well for us. If Berengar challenges not only our monopoly on the glass trade but also our authority at sea, then we cannot simply stand by and allow him to build a navy capable of competing with us. Something must be done. After hearing the head admiral's concerns, the Doge nodded. However, he was not as worried as the admirals. How could Berengar challenge their might? They had hundreds of naval vessels, some even armed with bronze cannons. It would take years for Berengar to build a navy capable of challenging the Venetian Republic, or so he believed. As such, he remained much calmer than the men gathered in his room. I understand your concerns. However, we can't just take action against the Austrians. While our navy might be superior to theirs, their army could easily invade our lands and cause us serious trouble.
We should wait and observe. At least until we know what kinds of ships Berengar is manufacturing, there is no way he will be able to compete with us. It will take him years to build enough ships to challenge our authority, even if he were to somehow use the methods we have to rapidly produce vessels. It is not something to be worried about. We can always declare war on him and sink his ships before he can produce enough to be a threat. For now, we should focus on building our army and strengthening our ties with the Emperor. If all of Italy unites behind us, there is no way for Berengar to defeat us in a war. For now, we should bribe pirates to seize the glass he seeks to sell across the Mediterranean. Hearing this, the naval officers gathered had awkward expressions on their faces, which spurred the Doge to question their glances. What is it? Is there something I am missing? One of the admirals, standing at attention, immediately presented his report. It seems that Berengar is currently trading the little glassware he has produced so far to the Byzantines, using their merchants' vessels. If it were revealed that we were sponsoring pirates to rob Byzantine ships, it could ignite a conflict with the empire to the east. When the Doge of Venice heard this, his expression sank. Even if it was a slight possibility, they could not risk a war with the Byzantines. After all, that was one of their most significant trading partners. As such, he was left at a loss in how to handle the scenario he was facing. This crystal glass was infinitely superior to the quality of glass produced in Venice and could easily put them out of the glass business, one of their largest trades. The blow to their economy from such a development would be disastrous. Berengar had risen to power too quickly for anyone to predict his full capabilities accurately. It seemed that every time his name was mentioned, he had either achieved another overwhelming victory in warfare or invented something new that was worth a fortune. To many observers, the rise of Austria as the preeminent German state was certain, especially if they were allowed to possess a powerful navy and merchant fleet in addition to their overwhelming army. Then they were destined to rise to a status that could rival the greatest kingdoms and empires in Europe and the Mediterranean. Such an outcome could not be allowed, especially since Austria had become the heart of the German Reformation. Thus, the Doge of Venice came up with only one solution to halt Austria's progress: contact the Pope and offer him our unlimited support in his upcoming crusade against the Berengar heresy. Berengar von Kufstein must die. Since infiltrating Kufstein and assassinating Berengar was not an option due to his effective counter-espionage network, the only solution was to throw the weight of the Catholic world against him and pray he fell. As such, the Admiralty saluted as they announced their support for the Venetian Doge's decision. Yes, Your Serenity. With this, all admirals except the head admiral left the building and began preparing for the upcoming conflict. The admiral who remained looked at the Doge with a grim expression before asking the question on his mind. I hear he has cannons capable of launching explosive projectiles. Do you think he will mount such fearsome weapons on his vessels? In response, the Doge was silent. The confident facade he had shown the other admirals instantly crumbled. He reached for a glass from his cabinet and began to pour the wine. The glass had a deep blue color and was not exactly transparent. After pouring wine into the blue glass, he handed it to his admiral before pouring another drink into the crystal glass Berengar had created. After carefully observing the Merlot liquid within the container, the Doge began to frown. He could easily see the deep red color of his wine, and this infuriated him. After seething in rage for a few moments, the Doge finally answered the admiral's question. Without a doubt, I have no idea what kind of effect such mighty weapons will have on our ships, but it will most certainly be disastrous. Even if he manages to create a few dozen vessels armed with those weapons, it could cause us significant trouble. In response to this threat, I want our armada expanded. I want a total of 1,000 naval vessels, each armed with a minimum of 4 guns, within the next 5 years. I don't care how you do it, just make it happen. To this, the admiral sighed. At the moment, the Venetian navy had between 300 and 400 ships. If they were to have a total of 1,000 in 5 years, they would have to produce over 600 ships in that time. It was an outrageous demand, yet he would try his best. He responded by saluting the Doge. Yes, Your Serenity. After this, the Doge merely sneered before uttering his next words. Dismissed. The admiral left the Doge's office, leaving the man alone. He quickly downed the contents of his glass and, in a fit of rage, swiped it off his desk, shattering the perfect piece into thousands of tiny shards.
The Doge then began to curse. "Make no mistake, Duke Berengar von Kufstein, I will make you regret sticking your nose in my business." Weeks had passed, and finally, Adela's birthday was approaching. Berengar had already left the castle in Kufstein. Much to his surprise, Linda was invited to join him. He supposed his two women were beginning to get along, which was a good sign. He had no idea that the reason for this was that the two women had conspired behind his back to meet up and convince him together to end his newly formed relationship with Honoria. As such, he was in a good mood as he sat in his carriage, drawing closer to Graz, with his arm wrapped around his lover, holding her tightly. Linda, however, was frowning heavily. Despite the affection Berengar was showing her, there was an unwanted person in the carriage, and it was not Henrietta. Though the little girl was also present, the one who had thoroughly ruined the mood was Honoria. Frankly, Berengar did not trust Honoria on her own. She was a spoiled, entitled brat, and though he was beginning to take measures to correct her behavior, he had ultimately decided to take her with him to Adela's birthday, rather than allow her to cause trouble in Kufstein while he was away. Even though Honoria had apologized for her rude behavior, Linda was still unhappy with the girl's presence. Though she was aware that Berengar's intentions for the girl were mainly political at this point, she was still worried that Berengar might fall for the young, naive princess. Thus, there was an awkward silence in the carriage as Berengar and his companions waited to arrive in Graz. After most of the day had passed, the caravan finally arrived in Graz, and they were not the only visitors. Count Otto held an esteemed position in Berengar's government. He was a member of the Duke's Council and, as count, served as the de facto governor of Steiermark. This position was due to his daughter, Adela, who was Berengar's fiancée. However, Otto had also built a reputation for himself through Berengar's campaign against the Bavarian occupation, earning him high regard among the other counts. As Berengar and his entourage entered the castle's courtyard, they were greeted by Count Otto and his family. Berengar was the first to step out of the carriage, followed by Linda, then Henrietta, and finally Honoria. Adela needed only one glance to recognize that this beautiful young girl was her competition and likely to be Princess Honoria. Eva, well aware of Adela's grievance, had a wide smirk on her face. She could instantly tell that the girl harbored feelings for Berengar by the way she glanced at him. Count Otto also noticed this and felt slighted. Berengar had not only brought his lover but another young woman to his fiancée's birthday celebration. Despite this, Berengar approached the count and greeted him. "Uncle! It is good to see that you are still in such good health." Count Otto merely nodded, his gaze fixed on Honoria. Henrietta, on the other hand, sheepishly greeted her uncle. "Uncle!" The little girl hid behind Berengar as she spoke. She was naturally shy and, though she had begun to make friends, often at the expense of her brother's reputation, she was still nervous around unfamiliar people, especially since Count Otto was seldom part of her life. Finally, Count Otto could not contain his curiosity and asked the question on his mind. Who might this beautiful young woman be? Berengar glanced over at Honoria before returning his gaze to his uncle. He smiled while answering. "This is Lady Valeria. She is from the Byzantine Empire and is a guest at my court for the time being. I did not trust her to behave herself alone in Kufstein, so I brought her along with me." This was the truth, but for some reason, Count Otto expected more to their relationship. Honoria pouted when she heard this. Though she wasn't necessarily a troublemaker, except for annoying Linda for fun, she had stopped after being threatened with removal from Berengar's court. She feared Berengar would follow through and send her back to the Byzantine Empire. Thus, she had been on her best behavior for the last few days. Honoria greeted Count Otto with a respectful bow. "I thank you for your hospitality, Count Otto." Otto merely nodded, then shifted his attention back to Berengar. "Welcome to my home, Your Grace. I trust that my daughter's birthday celebration will be to your liking." Berengar nodded and followed Count Otto and his family inside. As they went, he approached his young fiancée and took her hand. However, she pulled it away and pouted. She was already upset that Berengar had taken a liking to another girl, and he had the nerve to bring her to her birthday celebration? Adela felt insulted. Seeing his fiancée's distress, Berengar sighed heavily. "You look beautiful, Adela. It has been some time since we last met. Did you miss me?" Adela pouted, not bothering to speak with Berengar. After seeing both Linda and Honoria clinging to her fiancé, Adela had grown quite self-conscious. Not only about her position in Berengar's life but also about her appearance. Though she was still growing, she felt as if her charm did not match that of Honoria, the exotic princess from the east, nor the allure of the buxom beauty, Linda. So, she simply sulked. Eventually, Berengar was led to his quarters, where Linda was separated and given her own room. It would be disrespectful to Count Otto and his daughter for Berengar to have intimate relations with his lover under their roof. After a while, Linda rejoined Adela and hugged the girl, nearly suffocating her in the process as she stroked Adela's golden hair. "Oh, sweet little Adela, I understand how you feel. If you need to cry, let it all out. I am here for you." An unlikely alliance had formed between Linda and Adela, who were usually at each other's throats. For the time being, they were united against Honoria in this awkward trio that had formed around the man they both loved. As women, they naturally needed comfort when they were upset, and so they provided it for one another. Adela began to break down in tears, trying to break free from Linda's embrace as she sobbed heavily and expressed her thoughts. "I didn't expect him to bring the girl here. I am so envious." To this, Linda sighed and tried to comfort Adela. "Berengar doesn't love the girl, at least not yet. He sees her as a political tool to be used against those he deems his enemies. For whatever reason, he is confident he will be fighting France in the future and wants to do everything in his power to break the alliance between them and the Byzantine Empire. Besides, now more than ever, he needs a powerful ally, and as such, he will likely enact polygamy to marry the three of us. Despite this, he wants to make you empress, so that should show you how much he cares for you and your position as first among his future wives." Upon hearing this, Adela began to wipe the tears from her eyes as she slowly sniffled. After calming herself down, she questioned the legitimacy of what Linda had just said. Really? Adela did not know how to feel about this. Her worries about her spot as wife being taken had become reality, in the sense that Berengar intended to become a polygamous monarch, but she still held the position of empress and first wife, which meant that Berengar still had feelings for her. Linda nodded and smiled as she stroked Adela's hair. To this, Adela replied with a bitter smile, coming to a sudden realization. "There's no convincing him otherwise, is there?" Upon hearing this, Linda's smile also turned bitter as she shook her head. Though the two had initially conspired to bring an end to Berengar's budding relationship with Honoria, Linda had realized during the time since then that Berengar would not be dissuaded because he knew that neither Linda nor Adela were willing to leave him over such an issue. Thus, instead of convincing Berengar otherwise, Linda decided to convince Adela that it was simply not worth the effort and that Berengar still considered her first among his women. After all, Linda had gotten what she wanted. One day, she would be Berengar's official wife, and that was enough for her. Seeing the look on Linda's face, Adela sighed, broke away from Linda's grasp, and expressed her acceptance of the predicament she found herself in. "Fine. I accept it, but that doesn't mean I won't fight for his affection." While Linda and Adela were comforting each other, Berengar was preparing for the upcoming celebration. The gift he had gotten for Adela was a white Arabian stallion, which was quite costly to obtain, but well worth the price. While he was making sure the gift was ready for its new master, Honoria played with Heraclius, whom she had brought along for the journey. The mighty eagle flew outside the courtyard where Honoria played, waiting for the celebration to begin. As the day passed and guests gathered, night began to descend upon the city of Graz. As it did, the various nobles of Austria gathered for the birthday celebration of the future Duchess of Austria. Berengar stood at the center of attention, flanked on all sides by three beautiful women. Adela was latched onto Berengar's right arm, while Linda clung to his left. Honoria stood behind him, draped around his shoulder. The three girls were greatly intoxicated by the drinks provided at the party and openly fought for Berengar's attention. Though many of the men envied Berengar for the love of these three beautiful young women, he was having a hard time maintaining his composure. The moment the alcohol entered their bloodstream, the three girls began to fight among themselves over his affection, and he was trying his best not to chastise them for their unruly behavior. Adela, with a flushed face from the wine, rested her head on Berengar's chest and spoke slowly. "Berengar, I can't wait for our wedding." In response, Berengar petted the girl's silky golden hair, nodding silently. He felt that if any words escaped his lips, he might not maintain the calm facade he had created. These three girls clung to him like cats to catnip, and he could not even drink away his discomfort. Count Otto merely laughed as he drank with his wife, Wanda. Though he was initially unsure about Berengar's little harem, he now felt great joy watching the young duke's displeasure. It was undeniable that Berengar was not happy with the way the girls were behaving. Otto sighed before addressing the curious sight. "Well, all I can say is His Grace brought this upon himself. He should not have been so greedy." To this, Wanda smiled. Seeing her husband in such a good mood about the awkward scenario was a good sign. The situation was so uncomfortable that none of the nearby nobles approached Berengar or the girls, maintaining their distance while commenting among themselves. Linda forced Berengar's hands onto her breasts, boldly displaying her feelings. When she was intoxicated, it was common for her to forget her manners and act on impulse. "Darling, I missed you in bed last night. Maybe tonight we can have some fun?" Berengar immediately withdrew his hand and looked away. When he did so, he noticed Adela pouting, as usual. The girl could not handle Linda's suggestive comments. One could tell by looking at her that she was incredibly envious. What came next shocked Berengar. He felt a slight nibble on his neck, and when he turned to address it, he noticed Honoria had sunk her teeth into him ever so slightly out of jealousy. Even though it was harmless, Berengar would not tolerate such violent action. He quickly shoved Honoria off and flicked her on the nose. "Behave yourself, missy, or I swear to God I will drag you back to Kufstein myself and put you on the first boat back to the Empire." Seeing Honoria scolded so fiercely, the other two girls began to laugh at her misfortune, and Berengar felt degraded. Though he was not the least bit embarrassed, he had grown used to such large social gatherings and was accustomed to the way people stared at him. Honoria, of course, began to pout, and her adorable face caused many young men in the audience to clench their fists with envy. The three most beautiful women in the room were all clinging to one man, openly displaying their affection for him. It was enough to drive any sane man insane, yet Berengar remained calm before deciding he had enough of the girls and their actions. He clanged his glass to make an announcement. "I have an announcement to make. Although I wanted this later in the night, I figured now is as good a time as any. I will show off the splendid gift I have gotten my future wife for her 14th birthday." After saying this, the servants left the room and shortly returned, leading a solid white Arabian stallion by the reins. Its saddle was made of the finest black leather, and the blanket was of the finest silk. The metallic components were made of gold, contrasting perfectly with the white fur of the mighty beast. Upon seeing this, Adela nearly lost control of the crystal glass Berengar had provided. However, she maintained a firm grip and merely covered her gaping mouth with her free hand. She then ran up to the horse and began to pet it, staring deep into its dark eyes. The moment the rider and horse met each other's eyes, they knew that fate had bound them together. As such, Adela hugged the horse before deciding on a name for it. "I will call you Siegfried, after the dragon slayer." Hearing this, Berengar smiled. Adela seemed to have a similar naming convention to his. After playing with the horse for a while, Adela jumped into Berengar's arms and pecked him on the lips as a token of her gratitude. "Thank you, Berengar, I love him." Berengar took a drink from the glass of wine he had procured while Adela was playing with her horse and smiled before making a joke. "Hopefully not as much as me, right?" In response, Adela merely smiled and stayed silent. Afterward, the horse was led out of the great hall and back to its stables, where it would rest from then on. Berengar, on the other hand, began to chat with Linda while the rest of the gifts were brought in. Adela revealed their contents like a kid on Christmas and thanked everyone for their support. However, nothing surpassed the mighty stallion from the east that Berengar had procured for his little fiancée. After Adela had opened her presents, she found a way to sneak off with Berengar to the balcony, where the two began to talk alone. Berengar sighed heavily as he drank from his glass, waiting for Adela to ask the question on her mind. After a few more sips of wine, Adela finally gathered the courage to ask her future husband about her concerns. "Do you love her?" To this, Berengar made a snide remark, "Which one?" Adela began to pout as Berengar was being purposely obtuse. She did not want to ask the question outright. Nevertheless, Berengar forced her to say it. "Honoria."
When Berengar heard this, he nearly spit out his drink. However, he managed to choke it down and regain his composure before responding to Adela. "Linda told you, did she?" It only took Berengar a moment to figure out that Linda was responsible for Adela knowing the truth behind Honoria's identity. So, he placed down his glass and looked up at the full moon in the sky before answering honestly. "At the moment, no, at least not to any severe extent. I will admit that I find her attractive, and sometimes she can be charming. That is when she isn't acting like a spoiled brat. What's important is that she has already begun to fall for me. I have no intentions to rush a relationship with our little runaway princess. I will take things slow and build a relationship with her step by step. After all, she has a part to play in my grand ambitions. Whether she finds her way into my heart is anything more than a passing fancy is up to her efforts to improve herself. Regardless of how I feel about her, that does not change what I have to do. An alliance with the Empire is too valuable to give up over personal feelings or a lack of them." As she listened, Adela sighed and grabbed Berengar's hand, holding it firmly. She looked him in the eyes with a solemn gaze and announced the words she had in her heart. "Even if you become a polygamous scoundrel, I will support you until the end. Just promise me that I will be your first wife and that you will never leave me." Seeing the sincere gaze Adela gave him, Berengar grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace before wiping a tear from her eyes. As he did so, he whispered in her ear, "I swear on my life that I will never leave you." With that, Berengar kissed the girl on the lips before releasing his hold on her. Afterward, he lifted his glass of wine and drank the remaining contents. The rest of the night was spent in celebration, and Berengar would depart for his territory the following day, as the work of a duke was never finished. 3 months had passed since Adela's 14th birthday, while Berengar was in Kufstein overseeing the reconstruction of Austria after the devastation caused by Bavarian occupation. The war for Bohemia had finally begun. After months of being supplied and trained by Austria and its industrial might, the Hussite forces had initiated their attack on the Bohemian crown, which had vehemently rejected their demands. At present, the Hussites were divided into two major factions, the moderates and the radicals. In Berengar's past life, the moderates had betrayed the radicals, leading to the Catholic Church's victory in the Hussite Wars. In this timeline, Berengar had no intention of supplying the moderates or sending advisors to them. A Hussite Bohemia would be a valuable ally to have in his back pocket. Thus, Berengar intended to aid them in any way he could short of full-scale military intervention, unless it became absolutely necessary. Eckhard and a group of Berengar's officers were standing alongside the subfaction of the radicals known as the Kasparians. The Kasparians did not exist in Berengar's previous life, but in this timeline, they had become a powerful force with Berengar's support and had already won 3 battles since the war began. The leader of the Kasparian sect was a nobleman named Alexej Kasper. He was young, a few years older than Berengar, but not by much. He was also handsome and charismatic, and these qualities helped him gain the favor of many other noblemen and knights to support his cause. Currently, he was dressed in a complete set of plate armor, with the Kasparian banner draped over his torso in the form of a tabard. He was pointing at a map spread out on the table. Tiny figures were placed to represent the various armies in the ongoing conflict. Eckhard stood nearby, dressed in a set of brigandine and plate armor. The reason for this was simple: to avoid a diplomatic crisis, Berengar had openly taken a neutral stance in the Hussite Wars. Due to the noticeable nature of his nation's arms and armor, it would be unwise for his military advisors to walk around in the equipment of the Grand Army of Austria. Thus, they wore the attire of average Hussite men-at-arms. Only the officers of the armies they supported knew that these men were a means of Austrian support. As Alexej spoke about his battle plan, Eckhard slowly watched, scratching his gray beard. "We will use our wagon forts to block the pass of the Catholic troops in this narrow valley. As they march upon our handgunners, protected within the wagons, our cannons will rain fire upon them from above. A spear wall will protect the wagon forts. Once the enemy engages our defensive line, we will encircle them with our cavalry, clashing against them on both sides, ensuring our victory." Though the Hussites had been victorious so far, the reality was that Berengar fully intended for this war to last for years. The reason was twofold. First, the conflict in Bohemia diverted the Church's attention from Austria, buying Berengar time to not only expand his grand army but also establish a grand navy. Second, the longer the Hussites fought, the more in debt they would be to Berengar. When the war was finally over, Berengar wanted the Hussites to be so indebted to him that they would be forced to cede the Sudetenland to Austria as payment. Thus, Eckhard did not offer any advice to the current plan, as it was good enough to ensure victory against the Catholic armies. Instead, he merely observed the map of Bohemia, which had been divided into Hussite-controlled territories and Catholic-occupied regions. The Sudetenland was under Hussite control, and the reason for this was quite simple. These lands were predominantly German in linguistic, ethnic, and cultural background. Due to their proximity to Austria and their German heritage, they had been influenced by the German Reformation that Berengar and Ludolf had initiated. Thus, when the war broke out, they immediately threw their support to the Hussite factions, as the Hussites' teachings were in many ways similar to those of the German Reformation. The rest of the Bohemian lands, however, were still largely under the control of the Bohemian crown and its Catholic supporters. Noticing that Ludolf was quietly observing the map, Alexej quickly voiced his concerns to the Austrian field marshal. "Marshal von Hallstatt, what do you think of the strategy as presented?" Eckhard looked around at the various Hussite knights and noblemen who had gathered and gave a nod of approval. "It should work just fine. I have nothing to add at the moment." Though Eckhard and his officers had assisted with training, tactics, and strategy, they had recently taken a more background role, allowing the Hussites to proceed on their own. Alexej thought this meant they would soon no longer be needed. He had no way of knowing it was part of Berengar's plan to extend the conflict. The young commander smiled and nodded, feeling great joy at Eckhard's approval of the plan. If Eckhard was appointed as the highest commander of Berengar's forces, Alexej believed he must be a capable man, and thus he highly valued his opinion. After observing the map for a while, Eckhard finally spotted an area the Hussites were likely to lose. He walked over to the map and pointed to the location. "If the enemy is allowed to move unchecked in this region, they will conquer the lands held by the Taborites. It is necessary to send reinforcements to secure the region. I suggest sending a contingent of 2,500 men to assist our allies." Hearing this, Alexej nodded in agreement. Losing ground at this stage in the war would be detrimental to their cause. He moved the figures representing 2,500 men into the region Eckhard had pointed out. This left a finite number of men the Kasparians could field for the upcoming battle, but even so, the commander was confident in achieving victory. Alexej then asked for the opinions of the men gathered at his strategy meeting. "Does anyone else have any suggestions?" After several moments of silence, Alexej sighed before giving his command. "Dismissed." With that, everyone began to leave the command tent. As Eckhard departed, Alexej called out to him. "If you don't mind, Marshal, I would like to have a word with you in private." Eckhard stopped, turned around, and faced the young commander with a stern expression. After glaring at the commander for a few moments, he asked the question on his mind. "What can I help you with, Commander?" Alexej poured 2 chalices of wine before responding, handed one to Eckhard, and took a drink from his goblet. "Could you relay my request for further material support from His Grace, Duke Berengar von Kufstein? If we are to win this war, we will need more hand cannons and armor than are currently fielded." Hearing this, Eckhard smiled slightly before nodding his head. "Of course, I am sure that His Grace will have no problems transporting more supplies into Kasparian lands. I will send a letter to him with haste. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Alexej drank from his chalice once more before responding to Eckhard's question. "An opinion would be nice." Upon hearing this, Eckhard decided to partake of the wine and took a small sip before responding. "On what exactly?" A solemn gaze filled Alexej's eyes as he spoke the thoughts on his mind. "What are our chances of winning this war?" Eckhard pondered for a few moments before expressing his opinion on the matter. "With His Grace Berengar's support, 75%, though it will likely be a long and brutal conflict. Without such backing, your odds are significantly lower. If necessary, Berengar is likely to intervene in the war with his own army, as establishing a friendly state on his eastern border is critical for long-term stability. However, he would only do so if you and your allies fall into a state of total collapse. So I would not count on overt military support anytime soon. You can rest assured that you are very likely to win this war with the help of our advisors and the supplies we provide. My advice is to be patient, wars are not won overnight. Alexej reflected on this significantly and ultimately decided he would need more time to consider his future. Thus, he dismissed Eckhard with a single statement. I thank you for your advice, you can leave now. After hearing this, Eckhard saluted the man before departing from his tent. He still had plenty of things to do, and Austria's request for further support was at the top of his list. As such, he wrote a letter to Berengar on behalf of the Kasparians, requesting additional material aid. This would be just one of many times the Hussites sought more support from Berengar in their war. With each shipment of arms Berengar provided, they became increasingly indebted to Austria, thereby falling further into Berengar's trap. Months had passed, and while wars raged in Bohemia and North Africa, Eastern Europe was far from peaceful. Seeing that the Rus and the Golden Horde had begun to invade the Teutonic state, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth decided to avenge their loss at Grunwald and joined the fray. After their defeat at Grunwald and the increase in the Teutonic state's power, the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had unified into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth decades earlier than in Berengar's previous life. The reason for this was simple: the Teutonic state was a growing threat, and by uniting their two countries, they could gain an advantage against their common foe. Consequently, the Teutonic state found itself surrounded by hostile forces, all of which held considerable power. At the time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was considered one of the great powers of Eastern Europe. With the coalition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Golden Horde, and the various Rus states, the Teutonic Order now faced an overwhelming threat. The order had already lost all the territory gained from its war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and had been forced back to its initial borders, where it was currently holding the line against overwhelming odds. The choice to withdraw from the newly conquered regions and defend the heartland was not taken lightly by the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. He knew that his forces would be unable to hold on to the lands they had previously gained and thus opted for a strategic withdrawal. He hoped to sue for peace with the other powers by giving up their gains from the previous war. Instead, Poland-Lithuania joined the war, hell-bent on the Teutonic state's destruction. At the moment, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order stood on a castle's ramparts on the state's eastern border. In the field below, a coalition of forces waved the banners of their nations in individual feudal lands. The army was more than 50,000 strong, compared to the 10,000 defenders the Teutonic Order had managed to assemble to defend the gateway into their territory. The man instantly cursed under his breath as he gazed upon the massive horde gathered outside the castle. Damn that fool, Simeon. If he weren't obsessed with getting revenge on Berengar the Accursed, I wouldn't have lost so many troops in Oberstdorf. With those 10,000 men, this could have been prevented. The Teutonic state was on the precipice and besieged on all sides. Whether they would continue to survive as an independent state or face complete and total collapse was up to him. The Grand Master merely sighed, voicing the thoughts on his mind. The last Grand Master of the Teutonic Order? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Luckily, none of the men under his command were around to hear his doubts. It would indeed harm morale if the word spread about how doomed the Grand Master felt inside. The siege had yet to begin in earnest. Instead, the army had gathered outside the gates with the intent to intimidate the defenders behind its mighty walls. Of course, for an army of Catholic fanatics like the Teutonic Order, such a thing would never work. Even if they had begun to fill their ranks with criminals to compensate for their losses, the indoctrination during initiation had completely brainwashed these criminals into soldiers of Christ, who feared no death. Thus, the intimidation tactics had not achieved the desired effect. At the moment, the besieging troops were constructing trebuchets in the field. These weapons would be used to bombard the castle for the foreseeable future. Of course, the Teutonic Order constructed trebuchets below the walls. Upon seeing the enemy siege weapons being built, the Grand Master yelled to his men below the ramparts, "Prepare to fire into the enemy formation. I want those trebuchets knocked out before they can do real damage." With this command, the siege began. The Teutonic Order instantly started loading the trebuchets with jars filled with pitch, which would be lit before being launched at the enemy trebuchets under construction. The goal was to eliminate the enemy's siege weapons before they were fully built. The numerous trebuchets within the castle began hurling their burning pitch jars over the walls and into the enemy formations. The first volley missed its targets and instead landed on soldiers in the field, setting them aflame and spreading the tar-like substance across their ranks. The Grand Master lowered his helmet's visor and ordered the archers to fire upon the enemy infantry. Knock! Draw loose! With these commands, a volley of thousands of arrows filled the sky and rained down on the opponents below, blocking out the sun to some degree. Despite this, the attackers did not move their position, most raised their shields, while others were directly hit by the volley. Arrows and bolts pierced the bodies of dozens of men, some died instantly, while others fell to the ground, bleeding out. Many were unaffected, as their armor blocked the projectiles. As the Teutonic Order's arrows and bolts rained down on the coalition forces below, the attackers returned fire, launching arrows and bolts at the men on the ramparts. It was significantly more difficult to hit an archer hiding behind a merlin than to rain arrows on opponents standing in the open field. As such, the defenders were primarily protected by the castle's mighty walls as they continued to take the lives of enemy forces with their volley fire. While arrows fell upon the attackers, the Teutonic Order had finished reloading the trebuchets and launched another volley at their targets. This time, one of the pitch jars landed on its target, and its flame instantly began to engulf the enemy trebuchet, which was nearing completion. Slowly but surely, the burning pitch began to turn the wooden siege device into ash. The engineers nearby, unlucky enough to be covered in the flaming tar-like substance, screamed in agony as the flames engulfed their bodies. Despite this, nobody moved to help them, and soon they fell to their deaths. Under the missile fire of the Teutonic Order, the general of the Golden Horde gave his order from atop his horse. "Raise the ladders!" With that, men from all coalition nations began to rush toward the wall while carrying ladders with them, intent on scaling the walls and fighting the defenders atop the ramparts. While these ladders were moving into position, the Polish-Lithuanian commander gave his decree. "Release the battering ram." Upon hearing this, the Polish-Lithuanian forces in the vanguard immediately began pushing the battering ram into formation. The ram was wheeled and covered with fortifications to protect against missile fire, ensuring that the heavily armored infantry used to push the device were relatively safe from the defenders' actions. However, when the battering ram finally got into position, the defenders immediately unleashed a cauldron of burning pitch onto the enemy below. Though the men operating the battering ram were directly protected from the substance, it slowly began to eat away at their covering. Eventually, the coalition soldiers were left without protection from the missile fire. More importantly, the next wave of burning pitch coated them, leaving them roasted alive in their armor. When the Teutonic Grand Master saw the enemy battering ram being destroyed, he smiled beneath his visor and shouted at the enemy, who could neither hear nor understand him. "Enemies of God! I swear to the heavens that you will break your army taking this castle. Though I may die, I will enter the kingdom of heaven smiling, knowing that the Teutonic state survives." When the defenders heard these words from their grandmaster, they were overtaken with zeal and roared the battle cry of all crusaders into the air, fighting for their very survival. God wills it. The chant of the crusaders, as they desperately defended their castle on the eastern border, echoed into the air while the coalition forces attempted to break through the Teutonic Order's defenses. In doing so, the enemy forces fully understood the determination of their adversaries and knew this war would be long and bloody. This was merely the first day of the siege at the eastern border, and it would last for many more. The brave German soldiers of Christ held onto their territory, fighting and dying for their beliefs against an army they deemed heathens. The results of this battle would not be known to the world at large for some time. Ultimately, the Teutonic Order would be defeated, and their Grand Master killed in battle. The loss the Teutonic Order suffered at the eastern border would open the floodgates for the coalition to invade their lands. Within a year, the Teutonic state would find itself in shambles, barely holding on to what little land they had left. Months had passed since the Teutonic Order began its battle at the eastern border. On the other side of the world, in Egypt, Aretas had pushed the Mamluks back to Alexandria, a city of significant cultural importance to the Byzantine Empire. After losing it, the emperor personally sent his most esteemed general to reclaim the city. The rest of the territory would follow the recapture of this ancient city. Aretas and his army were currently stuck outside Alexandria, and the siege had been ongoing for 2 weeks. Arethusa was starting to become impatient. What he needed was superior artillery. However, he was armed with only a few small bronze cannons. Because of this, he could not regularly bombard the city. Instead, he had to maintain these cannons to prevent them from rupturing due to overload. As a result, the siege was progressing much slower than usual. After his first battle with the Mamluks, Arethusa realized the need for field artillery. Berengar's forces had been largely successful because of this. Thus, Arethusa desired to acquire some field guns to bring down the city walls. Since the first battle to recapture Egypt after centuries of foreign rule, Arethusa had sent word to Andronikos, who was living in Constantinople, ordering him to travel to Kufstein and negotiate with Berengar for the purchase of cannons. Today, Andronikos finally arrived in Kufstein. As Berengar was eating breakfast with his family and guests, a servant approached him and whispered in his ear. Afterward, Berengar placed down his silverware, wiped his mouth with his napkin, and stood up from the table abruptly. He then alerted Linda and Honoria to the presence of the Byzantine envoy. It appears that Andronikos is here to discuss business. Lady Valeria, I do not want any confusion to arise from your presence, so I humbly request that you sequester yourself in your room for the time being. Honoria quickly understood Berengar's intent. She had started to suspect that Berengar knew her identity, and as such, she nodded and smiled before departing. Of course, anything for you, Your Grace. With this, Honoria fled to her chambers and hid from the Byzantine envoy, though she did not know who Andronikos was, as she had never come into contact with Arethusa's subordinates. She was aware of the difficulties if the envoy from the empire learned that she was hiding in Kufstein under a false identity. After Honoria had vanished without a trace, Berengar ordered one of his servants to take her plate away and clean up the table. Remove Valeria's dishes and make it seem like she was never here, quickly. Hearing this, the servants immediately cleared Honoria's spot while Berengar entered the great hall, where Andronikos was waiting patiently. Linda, meanwhile, stayed in the dining hall with Henrietta and continued her meal. The moment Berengar saw Andronikos, he opened his arms wide and approached him, offering a friendly hug. Andronikos, my friend, it has been some time since I last saw you. Tell me, what is so important that you must travel all this way to Kufstein? Andronikos accepted the friendly embrace, and the two men stepped back from each other. He then informed Berengar of his reason for visiting. My friend, the last time we saw each other, you were merely a count. Now you are a mighty duke. I am genuinely impressed with your growth. As for why I am here, the reason is strictly business. The strategos wishes for me to negotiate the purchase of artillery. I know you won't sell us the magnificent guns you use in warfare, but you can indeed create something fitting for our empire to use against our enemies. Hearing this, Berengar scratched his chin for a few moments. If he wanted a powerful ally in the east, he would need to arm them with artillery that was better than what was currently wielded by the feudal world. After thinking for a few moments, he had a brilliant idea and clasped Andronikos' shoulder with a friendly smile. I have a design in mind, but it has yet to be put into production. I promise you it will be more advanced than anything used by your enemies. However, these things are not easy to produce. I will need to set up an entirely new production line. For rapid transportation, I will need to establish it within a city closer to the empire. It will take me some time to accomplish this. The design Berengar had in mind was none other than the falconet, an early cannon design from the Renaissance that was extensively used by European powers. It was slim, relatively lightweight, made of cast iron, and fired a 1-pound projectile. It was also capable of firing grapeshot if necessary, which was a far more primitive version of the canister shot that Berengar used from his artillery. This would be an enormous benefit in field battles against the empire's enemies. Still, if Berengar went to war with the Byzantines, it would prove entirely ineffective against his 12-pound cannons. With this, Berengar could advance his allies in the east and curry their favor. Andronikos was incredibly excited when he heard this news and, as such, he bowed respectfully to the young Duke of Austria. You have my gratitude, tell me how much such weapons would cost? Berengar began to act casually as he swiped his hand to the side. Think nothing of it, I understand you are in a bitter campaign to reclaim your lost territory. I will gift the first batch of cannons to you as a token of my friendship. If you require more, I will provide as many as you need. As for their cost, you do not need to worry about such things. I am sure the wealth you gain from Egypt and Cyrene will be more than enough to cover the debt you will owe me after your campaign is finished. If you so desire, we can also outfit your troops with as many arquebuses, pikes, and armor as they need to accomplish this objective, under the same conditions, of course. To the empire, this could be considered an enormous favor. Though the empire was wealthy, outfitting an army with new and modern equipment was a hefty price, something they could not easily afford while engaged in a war with the Mamluk Sultanate. At most, they could buy a few batches at a time, but Berengar was offering to fully equip their army with modern equipment, effectively for free, at least for the time being. When they finally won the campaign and gained the territories of Egypt and Cyrene, the empire would be basking in more wealth than they had in the past 800 years. By then, they could quickly repay the debt they owed Berengar in one large payment. It was an attractive offer, but Andronikos did not have the power to negotiate such a monumental decision. As such, he quickly began to address Berengar's recommendation. I will have to ask the higher-ups about this. I do not have the power to make such a decision. Berengar simply smiled and nodded when he heard this, responding in a friendly tone, I understand. Please convey my message to your superiors as quickly as possible. In the meantime, I will start the construction of the production line and begin producing the weapons. If you refuse my kindness, we can always sell the cannons and equipment to you up front. Berengar's kind words carried a hidden threat. By suggesting they would be refusing his kindness, he implied that it would harm diplomatic relations with Austria, as it would be seen as an insult by Berengar. This subtle threat was embedded in his otherwise gentle words, and though Andronikos did not realize it, the emperor surely would when he heard these words. While Berengar would make a substantial profit by trading these weapons to the Byzantines, he cared little about this. If the Byzantines accepted his offer, there was only one thing Berengar would ask for in payment for the massive debt that would accumulate throughout their war with the Mamluk Sultanate, Princess Honoria's hand in marriage. The desire for a swift victory in North Africa, after decades of a stalemate with their enemies, would hopefully be enough for Andronikos and Areithous to convince the emperor to agree to Berengar's terms, thus falling straight into his trap. Berengar could consider the weapons and armor he provided to the Byzantine Empire's vast army as Honoria's dowry, and the debt would be settled the moment they married. To him, this was the perfect way to establish a long-term alliance with the Byzantine Empire while also securing his dynasty's claim to the empire. More importantly, this would break the alliance between France and the Byzantine Empire. This was Berengar's true objective with his plans regarding Honoria. France, a neighbor, was destined to clash with a united Germany in the future. If Berengar did not wish to fight a two-front war, he needed to break the French alliance with the Byzantines. This was critical to his plans for the future. Germany had always suffered due to its central position in Europe, as he knew from his past life. Many wars had been lost because they were forced to fight on two fronts. By establishing an alliance with the great power in the east, Berengar could secure his flank and focus on his future enemies in the west. Thus, as Andronikos left the castle of Kufstein and began the long journey back to the empire, Berengar was smiling. If all went as planned, he would deal a significant blow to his future enemies without anyone even realizing it. Time flew by once more. Throughout the months, while Berengar used the period of peace he had established in Austria to turn his duchy into a significant power, France found itself engulfed in war. For decades, the English had been attempting to invade the Kingdom of France in a bid to control the French throne. England had seized considerable gains in the past year, and with each passing day, more French land fell to the English invaders. When Aubry returned from the Byzantine Empire, his father, King Gilles de Valois, sent him off to war against the English. At the moment, the effeminate prince was clad from head to toe in steel plate armor. Unlike in Austria, where steel was a shared resource, in France, it was a rare commodity, and to outfit a man in a full suit of armor made of the material was a great expense. Due to his tabard being sullied earlier in the day, Aubry lacked the colors that distinguished him as a member of the royal family. As a result, he looked like a common man-at-arms, and few men in either army were aware of his identity. Aubry was taking part in his first battle. Though a legendary swordsman, he was by no means an experienced soldier, and as such, was quite nervous about the conflict. Currently, he was acting under the command of the Duke of Burgundy while the French forces fought against the English in a field within the duchy. In Berengar's previous life, the Duchy of Burgundy would betray the French throne and side with the English in the next year. Of course, this had happened after the French royal heir assassinated the Duke. In this timeline, such an event may not occur. After all, Aubrey was the heir and was an entirely different person from the Crown Prince during Berengar's previous life. Aubrey fought fiercely beside the Duke of Burgundy as the man advanced his forces against the English lines. Though a petite and effeminate young man, Aubrey lacked physical strength, especially compared to the veteran English knights he faced. Thus, he had to make up for his lack of power with his sword skills. Protected by a great bassinet that obscured his pretty face, his honey blonde hair flowed out the back of his helm, creating the image in the minds of both English and French alike that he was a female warrior leading the charge against their enemies. His dainty, feminine figure, clad in slim armor, only added to this confusion. The English longbowmen fired upon the French knights as they charged into the fray atop their mounts. Aubrey held a lance couched under his arm, ramming the tip into the breastplate of an English knight, skewering the man on impact. The heavily armored cavalry of both forces clashed, sending knights and lords to their deaths. Perhaps it was God's will, but the effeminate prince managed to survive the charge, as did the Duke of Burgundy. As both armies struggled in a battle for life and death, Aubrey was unseated from his horse by a lance. Though it did not kill him, it dented his breastplate and broke one or more of his ribs. Gasping for breath, a tear formed in the young prince's eyes beneath the visor of his great bassinet as he struggled to breathe. Despite the unbearable pain, he slowly rose to his feet, drew his long sword from its sheath, and used it to parry an oncoming blow from an English man-at-arms. After deflecting the blow, Aubrey spun his blade around, gripping the cold steel by the hilt and using the pommel to strike his opponent's iron helmet, caving it in and crushing the man's skull. A sharp pain, like a knife digging into his abdomen, pierced through Aubrey's ribcage. With each movement, he felt as if he were about to pass out. Despite this, the young prince continued to struggle on the battlefield. If he did not fight, he would surely die that day. Thus, he twisted his sword around so that he was once more wielding it by the hilt and pierced through the gambeson armor of a nearby English soldier. Amid the chaos of war, the Duke of Burgundy led the army and began to encircle Aubrey's position. He could not allow the crown prince to die on his watch. Slowly but surely, the tides of battle began to change in favor of the French army, and eventually, Aubrey was relieved by the courageous knights and men-at-arms of France who had caught up to him, giving him a short reprieve from the battle. Aubrey winced in pain as he clutched the dented portion of his breastplate. He was then slowly led away from the battlefield by some nearby knights who were concerned for his safety. Aubrey was forced to retreat to the encampment while his soldiers fought without him. The field physician stripped Aubrey of his armor and clothes before examining his ribcage. He shared the news with the prince. 3 of your ribs are fractured. You will recover in time. However, for now, I advise you to stay clear of the battlefield. One wrong move, and you could get yourself killed. After hearing this, Aubrey nodded before covering himself with a silk robe. The material was rare in France, but thanks to trade from Austrian merchants, the boy could obtain this luxury and wore it at every opportunity. The prince clutched his side and winced in pain as he moved. Shortly after, the tent flaps opened to reveal the Duke of Burgundy with a grave expression. Though covered in the blood of his enemies, he appeared unharmed. When the physician began to examine the prince, the young duke, no older than 26, pushed him aside and rushed over to Aubrey, wrapping the young prince in his blood-stained embrace. Thank God you are all right. I don't know what I would do without you. The duke then began to kiss the prince passionately. Despite this act, the prince did not turn away and accepted the gesture. It was a little-known secret that the Duke of Burgundy and the French prince were in an illicit relationship. Though the duke was married with 3 children, he had fallen in love with Aubrey the moment he first saw him, and for the past 3 years, Aubrey had been in a relationship with the duke. However, the Duke of Burgundy was just one of Aubrey's many lovers. The young prince was rather promiscuous and had more than one man by his side, including a scandalous affair with several of his knights. The duke was unaware of this and believed that Prince Aubrey was loyal only to him. After their intimate display, Aubrey wiped the blood from the duke's face, smiled gently, and asked the question on his mind. Did we win? The duke chuckled lightly and nodded. Would I be here if we hadn't? Though this was good news, it was far too early to celebrate. The English invasion was not to be taken lightly. The French had been fighting the English for decades, and the war remained unresolved. With this in mind, the couple maintained silence for some time. Eventually, the Duke of Burgundy spoke about the conflict embroiling the Kingdom of France. This war is far from over. However, this victory is a good start. With our Holy Maiden leading the charge, the morale of our forces is stronger than ever. Aubrey was confused when he heard these words and spoke softly, trying to minimize the pain from his broken ribs.
Holy Maiden?
The Duke of Burgundy removed the gauntlet from his hand and wiped the bangs from Aubrey's eyes. As he did, he whispered into the young man's ear.
That's what our troops are calling you.
They saw your honey hair and petite figure as you bravely charged the English knights. Without your tabard, the men have begun to think you are a woman.
This is why they are calling you the Holy Maiden.
Rumors of your feat in battle have already spread, and the men are speculating about your origins. Some are even saying you are a young woman of low birth chosen by God to lead the French to victory in our hour of need.
If you ask me, it is a nickname fitting of your divine beauty.
Upon hearing this, Aubrey began to blush and look to the side, unwilling to meet his lover's gaze. He was far from pious. In fact, one could call him the personification of lust. Despite this, he had been given such a beautiful nickname. After a while, the effeminate prince began to giggle like a girl. To him, it was the greatest joke he had ever heard. However, for the sake of morale, he would continue to present the image of a pious young woman. After all, what France needed now more than ever was a symbol to rally behind. Thus, the licentious trap that was the Crown Prince of France had become the Joan of Arc of this world, while in reality behaving far more like the ancient Roman Emperor Elagabalus. Of course, the promiscuous nature of the so-called Holy Maiden would never be revealed to the public, nor would his identity as the Prince of France. The war would continue for some time. Who would win the 100 Years' War in this timeline had yet to be determined. With Berengar's intervention in this world's affairs, anything was possible. For now, the French would continue to fight against the English, as they had for decades. Within the Kingdom of Italy, in the city of Florence, the Holy Roman Emperor, who was also the King of Italy, sits upon his mighty throne within his palace. The middle-aged man of Italian descent gazed upon his ministers, who reported the situation across the empire. One of the ministers was a tall, lanky man with a narrow face and a large, hooked nose. His dark, unkempt beard made him look particularly hideous. Dressed in silk robes imported from the Byzantine Empire, he held a document in his hands and read from it to the emperor. The German-speaking regions are embroiled in a war for the title King of Germany. So far, Duke Wilmar and the main Habsburg line have been eradicated. With their deaths, their claim has ended. The man who seized power in Austria is a young upstart named Berengar von Kufstein. As you may be aware, he is commonly referred to as Berengar, the Accursed. This man is a kinslayer, womanizer, heretic, and has been excommunicated by the previous Pope Simeon II. With his rise to power, the German Reformation has spread from southern Germany into the neighboring German duchies. Saxony and the Rhineland, in particular, are being converted at a rapid rate.
Upon hearing this information, the Holy Roman Emperor, a man named Balsamo Corsini, began to frown.
As a devout Catholic with close ties to the current pope, the emperor dreaded the idea of Berengar's heresy spreading throughout the realm. However, he contained his rage and urged the minister to continue reporting.
Go on.
Noticing the emperor's fury, the minister gulped down the saliva in his throat before continuing his report. The other two claimants for the title, as you know, are Duke Dietger of Bavaria and the legitimized bastard nephew of the previous king's brother.
His name is Manfred von Luxemburg, if I am not mistaken.
Manfred is the head of the Duchy of Luxembourg. He and his allies have begun to invade southern Germany. With the losses the Bavarians suffered in Austria, Dietger's forces are significantly weakened, and he is currently relying on his allies in Saxony and Württemberg to press his claims. Duke Berengar seems to be biding his time. He is either disinterested in the title or is amassing an army and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Intelligence supports the latter of these two outcomes as the most likely possibility. The Venetians have reported that Berengar is constructing 3 large shipyards,
they speculate he intends to create a powerful navy to project strength across the Mediterranean. Though, at this time, it is unknown whether these shipyards are designed for the construction of a trade fleet or an armada. Upon hearing the last part of this news, the emperor's frowning face worsened to an ugly state. It was becoming apparent that if Berengar was left to his own devices, he could prove to be a troublesome opponent in the future. Still, there was not much he could do about it, short of trying to revoke Berengar's title of duke, which would force him into a war with the Austrians. There was no way for the emperor to enforce his will on Berengar and the Austrian people. Despite the Holy Roman Empire being more streamlined within its political structure in this timeline, it still suffered from the same faults of feudalism when it came to the centralization of power. The fact that there were limited lands under the crown's direct control meant that Balsamo would have a difficult time raising the forces necessary to invade Austria. Though he could rely on armies from Italy to answer his call to arms, the Germans and Bohemians were in the midst of civil wars. The only other vassal he could call upon with any large force was the leader of the Swiss Confederation, a man known for minding his own business. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was left with a headache, unsure how to stem the growing tide of the Duchy of Austria. Seeing that the emperor was silent for an extended time, the minister began to speak of his reports again. The armies of Luxembourg and their allies have marched into Bavaria. After several battles between the von Wittelsbachs and the von Luxembourgs, the conflict has turned into a stalemate, with the northeastern border of Bavaria under Luxembourg occupation. Only time will tell how long this conflict will last, and who will be victorious remains unknown. The war will likely continue for years without a clear victor. Unless we want to personally intervene and declare the next king of Germany, I suggest we let the Germans settle their disputes themselves. The Holy Roman Emperor nodded in agreement. He had no desire to waste his armies on the infighting of the German people. Instead, he was more interested in suppressing Berengar and Austria as best as possible. Thus, he asked the question on his mind. What is the status of the Pope's attempts to rally enough forces for a new crusade against Berengar and his heresy? As he was asked this, the minister began to frown and spoke gently, knowing that his following words would greatly upset the emperor. The Pope's attention is currently divided by the situation in Bohemia. The outbreak of the Hussite heresy and their war to overthrow the Bohemian crown is a more immediate threat compared to Berengar and his heresy. Therefore, the timeline to prepare an army to invade Austria has been delayed. Instead, the few forces the Vatican has gathered will march on Bohemia first. While Berengar has taken a neutral stance in the war, our spies report a large number of hand cannons and cannons in the arms of the Hussite forces. The quantity they possess is far more than they should generally have. It is believed that these weapons are manufactured in Vienna and transported into Hussite territories. However, none of this can be proven, as Berengar's agents are highly effective at counterespionage. Thus, whatever is happening in Austrian lands remains unknown to us at the moment. This news was enough to make the emperor grind his teeth. It seemed as if the entire report presented to him was nothing but bad news. Frustrated, the emperor began to lash out at his ministers. Is there any good news at all? Does any of you have a single idea on how to suppress Berengar and his rapid growth? Before long, that boy will be challenging my authority as emperor. Something needs to be done, and until the crusade is called, military conflict is not an option. The various ministers gathered began to glance at one another in awkward silence. Finally, one minister spoke up. We could impose taxes and tariffs on Austria and their goods. This way, the Austrian economy will suffer, and Berengar the Accursed will have a difficult time funding the expansion of his military. When the emperor heard this, he began to smile. This was a good idea. However, just as he was about to give the decree to place unfair taxes on Austria, another one of his ministers spoke up. Are you an idiot? First off, if we were to impose taxes strictly on Austrian goods, it would come across as the emperor bullying one of his vassals. Berengar could use this to breed conflict among the other vassals. That is the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is that Berengar could outright refuse to pay such taxes, forcing us to choose between lowering our heads in humiliation or invading Austria and fighting a war we are not prepared for. The moment the emperor heard this, all the joy that had momentarily filled his heart dissipated, as the minister who rained on his parade had made a valid counter-argument against such an option. Thus, once more,
Balsamo and his ministers were scratching their heads, trying to figure out a course of action.
Ultimately, the ugly minister with the unkempt beard spoke up with the best option the imperial crown had at the moment. If we wish to suppress Berengar's growth without giving him a casus belli, there is only one option.
We must sabotage his industry.
In doing so, we can maintain plausible deniability while still crippling his means to arm himself. The difficulty lies in getting our agents into Austria without being detected by Berengar's robust spy network. For starters, he is only accepting immigrants of German descent into Austria, leaving our options for spies solely from the Swiss Confederation.
We will have to actively wage a war of intrigue against Austria and build up a network to infiltrate his industrial cities. This could take months, if not years, to accomplish any results and would surely be costly. However, it is the best option available to us at the moment, aside from outright war. After hearing this, the gathered ministers began to mutter among themselves before agreeing to this proposition unanimously. As such, the emperor grinned from ear to ear, showing off his sickly yellow teeth. Afterward, he began to bellow in laughter before calming himself enough to give his decree. So be it. Berengar, I would like to see how you prevent my agents from sabotaging your industry and crippling your economy.
Thus, the Italian kingdom and the imperial dynasty began to throw their weight into the fray. By sabotaging Berengar's factories, they would not only cripple Berengar's economy but also weaken the Byzantine Empire to the east, a long-standing rival over the true succession of Rome.
Of course, getting past Linda's inquisitive gaze and Austria's intelligence agency is much easier said than done.
After all, they had rapidly expanded across Germany and into northern Italy since the start of their reforms. What followed was a long and bloody shadow conflict between the Duke of Austria and the Holy Roman Emperor. A year had passed since Adela's birthday, and while the world changed around him, Berengar had been living in Kufstein, overseeing the reconstruction of the Duchy of Austria. The war with the Bavarians had left much of the land ravaged, and it was through great effort that the fields began to be restored, and the people returned to rebuild their homes with assistance from the state that Berengar had been establishing. Over the past year, Berengar had focused on 4 critical areas of development: agriculture, industry, infrastructure, and the military. In agriculture, over the past year, the fields were reseeded with the help of the mechanized seeders that Berengar had begun to employ across the realm. The use of steel plows and mechanical seeders greatly increased the amount of farmland that could be utilized, while the fields required significantly fewer people to work than before. The 4-field system was implemented throughout the realm, semi-modern irrigation was constructed across the fields, advanced fertilizers were introduced, and selective breeding was applied to livestock. Berengar had also invested a significant sum in acquiring farm horses and mules to power combine harvesters, which required a substantial amount of animal power. He felt this investment was essential, as the combine harvester combined the critical components of grain harvesting, reaping, threshing, gathering, and winnowing into a single process. With this invention, the work of thousands of farmers could be done by a handful of men. The only downside was that each combine harvester required 20 or more beasts of burden. To Berengar, it was well worth the price. The thousands of farmers who would typically be working in the fields performing all these functions were now replaced by a single machine and a few men to operate it. The men previously employed in the fields could be put to work in industry, construction, mining, the military, or any other jobs needed in a semi-modern society. They could also undergo public education and further contribute to Berengar's scientific network. By the early 19th century, Austrian agriculture had made significant progress since Berengar's previous life. Within a decade, every field in Austria would be fully mechanized, utilizing advanced irrigation and fertilizers. The towns and cities damaged during the Bavarian occupation had undergone reconstruction under Berengar's infrastructure initiative. This process might take a decade or possibly 2, but in the future, every city and central town in Austria would achieve a similar level of security and sanitation found in Kufstein. Roads were being constructed across Austria to connect major cities and towns, an essential feature for commerce. Berengar intended to ensure that his roads stretched across the entire duchy. As for industry, several key industrial cities had emerged beyond Kufstein. Innsbruck, long established as an industrial city, mass-produced arms and armor for the Byzantine Empire, including arquebus, pikes, falconets, and mirror-pattern armor. These were supplied under an agreement to be paid for in the future,
after the empire's conquests. The emperor had unknowingly fallen into a debt trap by agreeing to Berengar's terms. Vienna, meanwhile, began producing earlier forms of arms and armor, which could be sold to any medieval army Berengar chose. They focused on producing brigandine armor, hand cannons, primitive medieval cannons, and a variety of other medieval weaponry. Most of the aid was given to the Hussites as military support, under the condition that they would pay for it in the future, thus creating a sizable debt among the Hussite forces. Within Istria, the glass and salt industries had expanded significantly over the past year, and Berengar had captured a large portion of the market from the Venetians, much to their ire. Berengar had received more than one unfriendly letter from the Venetian Doge, demanding he cease production of his superior glass. Being the aggressive and arrogant man that he was, Berengar's response to the Venetians' outrage was to politely tell them to go pound sand. This worsened relations between Venice and Austria to the point of initiating a naval arms race. As for Berengar's cathedral and grand palace, he decided against using concrete and steel construction. Instead, he had the buildings entirely rebuilt from scratch using more traditional materials like granite and mortar. In particular, Berengar's chemistry department formulated a modern type M mortar, the most robust and durable type available from his past knowledge. This mortar set much quicker, and despite the traditional materials, the construction rate of these structures was still significantly faster than that of the era. He wanted his cultural monuments to last the test of time. Thus, it would be many years before he moved into a palace befitting an emperor. Then again, it would be many years before he became an emperor, or so he thought. During this era of peace, Berengar also began reconstructing the city walls of Kufstein with granite and Type M mortar. Though the reinforced concrete walls provided a high level of protection against threats such as cannons, Berengar wanted his city walls to withstand the test of time, much like the Theodosian walls of Constantinople. He envisioned that one day, when people looked back on the city of Kufstein, these walls would stand as a symbol of his wealth and power during his reign. Therefore, construction efforts across the realm were shifting to more traditional materials, and the fortifications Berengar had built with concrete and steel were being replaced and recycled. Austria possessed more than enough wealth to undertake such ventures, and Berengar was well aware of this. However, among all of Berengar's endeavors over the past year, the most significant was the completion of the shipyards. He had invested an enormous amount of manpower and resources into the rapid construction of his 3 shipyards, which were now complete. 2 of his ports, in Trieste and Pola, were currently producing Berengar-class frigates at an unprecedented rate. Due to the prefabricated parts stockpiled near those shipyards over the last year, Berengar had enough to construct dozens of vessels. With assembly lines in place, he had already built 5 frigates to form his first fleet. As for Fiume, the shipyard there was dedicated to manufacturing Berengar's merchant fleet, consisting of clippers. Though they had yet to set sail and transport his goods across the Mediterranean, it was only a matter of time before Austrian goods were sold around the sea. The Grand Army of Austria had expanded to 50,000 men, half of whom were volunteers. The army paid well, and conscription would become mandatory the moment they went to war again. As such, many young men joined its ranks to prove their loyalty to the new regime, which had already begun lifting the peasants out of poverty. Berengar's forces were equipped with 14-17-18 rifled muskets, triangular bayonets, and quick-loading tubes. The artillery included 14-17 12-pound cannons, but they were also equipped with 14-18 Schmidt guns. There was no need for a dedicated howitzer, as the 14-17 12-pound cannon could serve as both a field gun and a howitzer. As for the cavalry, they were divided into cuirassiers, lancers, dragoons, and hussars. Out of all the units in Berengar's army, he had the fewest cavalry. Horses were expensive to purchase and maintain, and, frankly, he did not need a large cavalry. His infantry was so effective that cavalry would be overkill. A year's worth of progress had been achieved, and it was no small amount. If things continued to progress in this manner, Berengar would soon be able to proclaim himself King of Austria and stand on his own. Though he still desired to expand his wealth, influence, and power before that happened. After all, the moment he did so, there was a potential for war to break out, and Berengar was rather enjoying the progress he was making at the moment. Thus, for now, he would continue to develop his land until no army could challenge him. Border forts were still being constructed and would need to be finished before he ever considered fighting a war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire.
At the moment, Berengar was sitting in his study, enjoying a sip of fortified wine as he gazed at the documents in his hands, which described all the progress that had been made in a single year. Money kept flowing into his treasury, and he invested a great deal of it in his country. Now that his first fleet and merchant fleet were constructed, he would begin expanding into the Mediterranean and its trade. If he could sell his goods to every kingdom with a shoreline, he would surely make a vast fortune. Thus, his immediate plan for the future was to expand his trade network, even if it angered those around him. The giant oak doors of the bedroom shut behind the white-haired princess, who then latched them. Honoria had a broad smile on her pretty face. She had just returned home after a long journey and had big plans for tomorrow. The young woman held her chest as she thought about the next day. She could feel butterflies in her heart. After a few moments to calm herself, Honoria pulled out a large, leather-bound book from her pouch. The book was chestnut in color and had a strap around it secured with a lock. After searching further in her bag, she found the key, unlocked the book, and placed it on her desk, which had gathered dust in her absence. After unbuckling the book, the princess gazed upon its contents. Since her arrival in Kufstein over a year ago, she had kept a diary of her daily events. She began to flip through the pages, reading through her past experiences while living under Berengar's roof. Some of these made her smile, and others made her frown. It had been quite the emotional journey staying in Kufstein. After flipping through the initial pages, she found herself reading about her experience shortly after Adela's 14th birthday party. The journal entry read as follows. September 10, 1418. I awoke in the morning with a splitting headache. I had far too much wine to drink last night. I don't remember my actions from the night before, but Berengar began glaring at me the moment he saw me. I had a relaxed breakfast alongside Berengar and the other guests who stayed at the castle of Graz, which I vomited up shortly after. Note to self, greasy food does not settle well with a hungover stomach. Later in the afternoon, Berengar visited me and chastised me for my behavior the night before. Though I do not remember behaving in such a manner, I was slightly violent with him out of jealousy over the attention he paid to other girls. It serves him right, he doesn't notice me enough. Am I not worthy of his praise? Upon reading this entry, Honoria smiled bitterly, realizing that even back then, she was struggling with her relationship with Berengar. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, she quickly flipped through her pages to find the following passage of interest. October 5, 1418. I have been learning to sail for some time now and have gotten quite good at it. Berengar has even promised to take me to Istria in the summer so that I can learn to sail on the sea. I am so excited, I can hardly wait. After going through my daily sailing training, Berengar has given me a new task. He wants me to learn how to shoot and wield a sword to defend myself properly. I am not sure how good I will be at the task, but it makes sense. After all, some of the sailors have been eyeing me with ill intent. If not for fear of what Berengar might do to them, I dread the idea of what might happen to me. Luckily, Berengar commands enough respect that they seem to contain their lecherous nature. Then again, is it respect or fear that drives these men to behave themselves? I suppose I should ask around and see what the people under Berengar's rule think of him. Honoria fondly gazed upon this specific entry. It was one of the many moments Berengar had shown that he cared for the girl. However, the good times had lasted for such a short period. The beautiful young princess shook her head of such thoughts before flipping the page and moving on to the following central point in her diary. October 15, 1418. Today is Linda's birthday, and Berengar has spent the entire day with Linda and their son, Hans. The little tyke is so adorable. I wonder if I could have a son as cute as him one day. Wouldn't it be great if he looked like Berengar? What am I saying? It is now past noon, and Berengar has barely spoken to me. Instead, he and Linda have spent the last few hours locked away in their room. I think they are having sex. I don't know why, but that makes me so jealous. I know I shouldn't be thinking such things, but every time I walk by their room and hear Linda's pleasurable moans, I can't help but imagine what it would be like if I were in her position. In the evening, at dinner, Linda announced she was pregnant, not only to Berengar but to all the guests who came to visit. Her birthday is a big deal since she is Berengar's lover. Even Adela and her family arrived. I am sure that his little fiancée appeared just as envious as I was when she heard the news.
Berengar seemed so happy, which made me bitter. I wonder how he would react if I were to carry his child. After reading this, Honoria began to smile bitterly as she quickly turned the page, looking for another entry to read. The more she read, the more she regretted her actions that had led to her current predicament. With tears in her eyes, she struggled to prevent them from dropping onto the diary and staining the page and its contents. November 23, 1418. Today is my birthday, and I celebrated it alone. I don't know why I didn't tell anyone about it. Perhaps I feared that such information could lead to Berengar discovering my identity. If he learned that I am the princess of the Byzantine Empire, would he send me home? I don't know if I could live without the support he has given me. To go back home and marry that prince, I think I would rather die. Honoria quickly flipped the page after reading that. She was delighted to still be in Kufstein, despite everything that had happened. There was no point in dwelling on the past. The following few pages contain nothing of significance, and the girl flipped to another entry of interest. December 25, 1418. Today is Christmas. A few days ago was Berengar's birthday, and though there was a large celebration, nothing of interest happened. Even though the house comprises only Berengar, Henrietta, Linda, Hans, and myself, I had a wonderful time. I even managed to spend some alone time with Berengar. It seems the days when he interacts with me are becoming less frequent. I think he is trying to distance himself from me, but I don't know why. What have I done to upset him so much? For the new year, I will make even more effort to gain his affection. After reading this, Honoria began to skip a lot of entries before landing on one filled with tears and ink smudges. She was pretty emotional when she wrote this, so she took a deep breath before reading the contents, fully aware of what it contained. February 2, 1419. I had a massive fight with Berengar today. I don't even know why we were arguing. He has been so distant lately that it is breaking my heart. I tried to tell him how I felt, but it just came out wrong. I ended up saying some deeply personal and hurtful things. At the end, he simply glared at me with eyes of fury that I did not know he possessed. Afterward, he sent me to my room to think over my actions. Where did it all go wrong? Is this my fault for not being honest with him? After reading this, Honoria sighed and skipped through multiple entries. The relationship between her and Berengar only seemed to worsen as she flipped through the pages until she landed on another tear-stained entry. June 6, 1419. Berengar has cancelled our trip to Istria, and by cancelled, I mean he has chosen not to go with me. Instead, he is tasking my protection to his guards. It seems he wants little to do with me at the moment. I don't know what is causing this rift, but I suspect it is my fault. I need some fresh air and a new perspective. Being cooped up in Kufstein all this time is starting to get to me. This trip will be good for me, even if Berengar is not coming. It should give me time to think about everything that has gone wrong this past year. After reading this, Honoria smiled for a moment, reflecting on the beautiful memories she made on her journey. She flipped the page, and her smile continued to grow as she read about her trip abroad. July 27, 1419. It has been almost a month since I last saw Berengar, and I have made it to the shores of Aragon. The freedom of the sea and the experiences I have gained by interacting with various cultures have given me time to understand myself and why my relationship with Berengar is so toxic. Berengar doesn't trust me. I have been lying about my identity for some time, and he knows. There is no other explanation. However, this is not his fault, it is mine, and mine alone. My insecurities, jealousy, and lies have created this rift between us. I do not doubt that Berengar's child with Linda is already born, and he is probably delighted right now. It would be rude of me to barge in during such a time of happiness. So, I have decided to write him a few letters, informing him of my journey in progress. Even though I know the guards he is tasked to protect me have already been notifying him, I feel it would be best if he heard from me directly. What we need now is space, so I will continue to write to him, and I will stay on my journey across the Mediterranean until I am ready to tell him the truth. Who knows what I might find? The following entry that Honoria flipped to was stained with her blood. After reading it, a smile formed on her face as she reflected upon that fateful day that had filled her with dreams and determination. September 3, 1419. Pirates have attacked my ship, but the guards assigned to me managed to defend our vessel. We even boarded the pirate ship and wiped them out. I was forced to take up arms during the conflict and sustained minor injuries. I have never felt so alive. We plundered the pirates' cargo and stole the caravel they used. It is mine now. I have my own ship. Maybe I will form a crew of my own and sail across the sea, targeting pirates and brigands for their ill-gotten gains. I must thank Berengar for all the training he provided. I likely would have died in the conflict without it. I think I am ready to return home. Home? Is Kufstein my home now? I don't even know the answer to that anymore. All I understand is that I have matured on this journey and now know what I want in this life. After reading this, Honoria turned the page. This entry was blank. She had not journaled since the moment she decided to return home. Now that she was in Kufstein, she felt it was the perfect time to get her thoughts in order. As such, she dipped her quill into ink before writing the newest passage in her diary. September 15, 1419. Over a year has passed since I first arrived in Kufstein. I can honestly say that even though there were times when I was miserable, it was a far better experience than being locked up in Constantinople. I did not have the chance to meet Berengar long enough to express my thoughts to him upon my return. However, he seemed generally happy that I was back. Considering we left on such bad terms, I was slightly afraid he would still be mad at me. A little break was all we needed, and some time to clear our heads. Now, I am ready. I will tell him everything there is to know about me tomorrow. I will be frank about who I am, where I come from, what I have become under his tutelage, and what I desire in life. To be honest, I am quite frightened, but I will no longer live in fear of rejection. If Berengar accepts me, it will be for who I am. I am no longer that scared little princess locked away in her father's palace. I am a sailor, an adventurer, and if Berengar thinks he can keep me locked up in his castle, like an obedient little princess, he is dead wrong. The worst thing that could happen is if Berengar rejects me. If he does, I will repay his kindness with the wealth I've gained from the pirates and set sail for unknown destinations. I have no idea what crew I will form or how to go about it, but I know in my heart that adventure and glory await me. After writing this, Honoria let the ink settle before closing her diary and locking it shut. She then placed it in her underwear drawer and lay down on her bed. She would need a good night's rest if she were to talk with Berengar tomorrow about everything she had realized over the past few months. Berengar was in his study, a year after Adela's birthday, and he had made significant progress since then. At that moment, he was drafting a new form of naval law, which would prove vital in the impending war with the Venetians. It was clear that relations with the Republic of Venice had deteriorated to the point where war was inevitable. Berengar did not yet have enough ships to combat the threat of the Venetian navy, so he had a peculiar idea from his previous life to address the Venetian menace. As he drafted this legislation, he began to think about a particular candidate for the role. A bitter smile formed on his face as he reflected on his strained relationship with Honoria. Over the past year, their relationship had been tense. A year ago, she had promised to reveal her identity, but the day never came. The longer Berengar waited for Honoria to be honest with him, the more his patience wore thin. If not for her trip, Berengar might have done something reckless. However, when she returned after several months, he felt as if the missing piece of his life was finally in place. He knew now that he had feelings for her, even if their relationship was far from healthy. He wished she would reveal the truth about herself, which he had long since discovered. Despite the difficulty, Berengar used his spies to gather intelligence that the princess had run away and was presumed dead. Throughout the past year, his spies had worked diligently to trace Honoria's journey through the Black Sea and the Danube to Kufstein. Though he knew the truth, Berengar still waited for the young princess to reveal her past on her own terms. The constant lies and her insecure jealousy whenever Berengar was with other women were part of why they had drifted so far apart. As Berengar thought about this, he drank from his skull chalice. Shortly after taking a sip of the fortified wine, he heard a knock on his door. He got up and opened it to find Honoria standing there with a flustered expression. Before Berengar could say a word, she grabbed him and kissed him passionately on the lips.
Though startled, Berengar accepted the kiss and took charge, showing the inexperienced princess how the art of kissing was done correctly. After a few moments of intimacy, Honoria pulled away, her face fully flushed, and muttered under her breath, "I love you." Though Berengar wanted to tease her, he decided against it and led her into his study, where they sat down across from each other. He could tell this was a much-needed conversation and decided to be serious. Berengar poured Honoria a glass of the fortified wine and handed it to her before sipping his own. They sat in silence for a while before Berengar broke it. "I suppose you have something to say?" Honoria took a deep breath and spoke her mind. "I haven't been entirely honest with you. My name is not Valeria, it is Honoria, and I am the princess of the Byzantine Empire." After hearing this, Berengar merely stared at her with a stoic expression, which frustrated the princess. She began to pout. Honoria had expected Berengar to react more strongly to the news. However, his indifferent gaze irritated her, and she began to voice her frustrations. "Well, what do you think?" Berengar placed his skull chalice on the table before revealing his thoughts to the young princess. "I know, in fact, I've known for quite some time. I've been waiting for you to tell me, but you never did, even after promising. I suppose that's one of the reasons I grew distant. I don't like being lied to by a girl I fancy." Honoria was slightly shocked, though she had suspected Berengar knew the truth about her identity on more than one occasion. She had always dismissed these notions, thinking he was angry about other lies. After calming herself with more wine, she began to speak. "I have feelings for you, Berengar, even if we didn't start on the right foot. However, I won't lie to you, I don't intend to stay trapped in Kufstein Castle for the rest of my life. I want to explore the world and go on adventures. You asked me a year ago about my dreams, and I've realized them. When I was gone, my ship was targeted by pirates. With your guards' help, we repelled them and even seized their assets. It was exhilarating. For the first time in my life, I felt truly alive. I want a ship and crew of my own. I want to sail the sea and plunder the vessels of those who deserve it. However, I also want a safe place to call home, and a man to hold me and comfort me after I come back from a long journey at sea. I want that man to be you, but if you are intent on keeping me locked up while you plan for Linda and Adela, I can't see myself agreeing to that." Hearing this, Berengar's lips curled into a smirk, which greatly dissatisfied Honoria until the reason for it was revealed. Berengar handed the piece of paper he had been working on earlier to Honoria, remaining completely silent. When Honoria gazed at the document in her hands, she was baffled. "What is this?" Berengar leaned back in his seat before explaining the details to the young princess. "It is a letter of marque and reprisal. Essentially, I am looking for experienced sailors to attack and capture the vessels of the nations I am at war with. You may not be aware of this, but conflict is brewing with the Venetians, and it won't be long before a fight breaks out. I am not ready for this war. They have hundreds of vessels and are producing their caravels at a much faster rate than I can construct my frigates. So, I need people like you, sailors who seek adventure and glory, to work for me and take care of my enemy, whether that be their naval or merchant fleets. It sounds to me like the perfect job for you. Do you agree?" Upon hearing this, Honoria looked at Berengar with a gaze filled with affection and confusion, wanting to clarify what he had just said. "You want me to be a pirate?" Berengar shook his head and corrected her instantly. To him, there was a distinction between a common pirate and what he was asking her to become. Privateer, essentially, it is the same thing, but you have the protection of the Ducal Crown of Austria. You will fly my flag on your vessel and have the full legal authority to attack my enemies. However, you are forbidden from attacking neutral parties. If you do so, you will be branded a pirate and suffer the same fate." Honoria was shocked when she heard this. Such an idea did not exist until now, yet Berengar had essentially legalized piracy, at least to the extent of attacking his enemies. This was more than enough to earn a fortune. If a war broke out with the Venetians, one could become exceptionally wealthy by attacking their shipping vessels. However, what Berengar said next shocked her even more. "As for a ship, I wanted it to be a secret, but I have begun the construction of a sloop of war for you as a birthday gift. I know it is still a few months away, but I assure you, this 18-gun vessel is far superior to that silly caravel you captured from the pirates." Honoria gazed at Berengar with further astonishment, she instantly wanted to clarify the issue at hand.
You know about my caravel?
To this, Berengar simply smirked and responded in a haughty tone, of course. Remember, my guards watched you the entire time, nothing on your journey happened that I don't know about. I protect my women, and I can't protect them if I don't know what trouble they might be in. As you can see, I am very supportive of your dreams. You can come and go from Kufstein as you please, and I will be here for you when you desire to see me. However, I have 2 conditions for all of this. The last part of Berengar's statement invoked Honoria's natural curiosity, and she asked the question on her mind.
And that is?
Berengar began to sip from his chalice, finishing the fortified wine in the process. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he informed Honoria of his condition. As you are probably aware, I am a very jealous lover. As long as you promise to stay loyal to me, I will be more than happy to give you everything you desire. Of course, I would prefer if your crew was entirely comprised of women. I would not be able to sleep at night, worrying about your safety surrounded by a bunch of scoundrels. As long as you agree to these terms, I will be more than happy to fund your adventures and give you all the support you need to achieve your dreams. So, how about it? Do you swear to be loyal to me as my woman and take up a crew of only women? Upon hearing this, Honoria began to giggle. After a while, she sighed heavily before calming herself down. You are such a hypocrite. To this, Berengar merely smiled and expressed his views.
Aren't we all?
Honoria smiled and walked around Berengar's desk before sitting on his lap and kissing him passionately once more. After releasing herself from his grasp, she nodded her head and spoke her mind.
Consider this my promise to you. Afterward, she began to strip Berengar's clothes while he removed her own.
Before long, the 2 were enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. As Berengar took Honoria's virginity, he gazed down at her with a smile on his face before speaking his thoughts. It is good to be the Duke. After spending the night with Honoria, much to Linda's ire, Berengar successfully cemented his relationship with the young princess of the Byzantine Empire. As for his plans for her identity as a privateer, he decided it would be best for her to continue the ruse as Valeria Zoanara. Berengar helped her create a convincing persona that would not attract scrutiny, and the days of Lady Valeria of Antioch were long gone. Now, Honoria pretended to be Valeria Zanara, an orphan from Constantinople who grew up as a captive of pirates. For the next few days, Berengar spent a lot of time with Honoria. Now that they were a couple, he wanted to show her some affection. He went on dates with her and took her to bed. After a few days, Berengar returned to his work, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. While he focused on expanding his navy to compete with the Venetians' arms race, Honoria was tasked with recruiting an all-female crew. She promised wealth and glory to young women and girls who were down on their luck, orphans, prostitutes, bar wenches, and any number of ordinary women who dreamed of a better life. Berengar was currently sitting in his study, with Linda sitting in front of him, a scowl on her face. She was well aware of Berengar and Honoria's recent activities and was displeased. Until now, she had had Berengar entirely to herself, and though she knew he would eventually marry Adela and be with her, she wanted to hold on to the fact that she was Berengar's only partner for a bit longer. Seeing that his lover was upset over the lack of attention he had given her over the past few days, Berengar began to tease the young woman. You know, dear, you could always join us. Nobody is stopping you from climbing into bed with Honoria and me. By now, Linda thought there was nothing Berengar could say to embarrass her. However, when she imagined such a scenario, her mind went blank, and her porcelain cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing Linda's hesitation, Berengar chuckled and shifted the topic. Eventually, she would come around to the idea. Of all the girls Berengar had by his side, Linda was the most open to new ideas. Even though he had not spent intimate time with Adela and had only recently gotten to know Honoria in that way, he knew enough about their personalities to realize that Linda would be the easiest to coax into group sex. For now, he placed the document in front of Linda and smiled devilishly. Your sister Adelheid has proven exceptional in counterintelligence. The Emperor's agents attempted to infiltrate Innsbruck and sabotage the factories. Luckily, she caught them before they could do any damage, and they have been interrogated extensively, confessing to their crimes.
I will have them publicly speak of their crimes and pin the blame on the emperor, thus eroding the confidence his vassals have in him. If he is willing to sabotage my factories out of fear of my rapid growth, it has become apparent that the emperor is my enemy. A war for independence is inevitable, and I need to know that our agents are up to the task. Linda looked at the report. As the director of intelligence, she was already aware of the issue and gave an honest situation report. The Department of Intelligence has extended into northern Italy, including Florence, where the emperor resides. We can easily strike at him within his home territory. The real question is whether our armies are ready for war. I know you have 50,000 soldiers at the moment, nearly half a dozen vessels, and enough sailors and marines to arm them. However, a war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire would drag the Italians and the Swiss into the conflict. We have no allies. What exactly is the timeframe for this war of yours? To this, Berengar rose from his seat and walked over to the window, where he looked out upon the city he had built. After gazing into the distance for a few moments, he made his stance clear. It is not as simple as you make it seem. When the war in Bohemia ends, the entire Catholic world will shift its attention to us, regardless of who wins. When that happens, we will be beset on all sides by enemies and have few allies to call upon. To ensure our victory in the upcoming crusade, my plan is twofold. First, we can take a preemptive strike against the Italians and, by extension, the Swiss. We can wage war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire, destroying the Venetian and Genoan navies while crushing the Italian and Swiss armies in battle. If they are weakened before the crusade is declared, we will have dealt with our two closest adversaries and given ourselves a fighting chance. After hearing this, Linda straightened her back and put down her wine cup. She gave Berengar her full attention and asked the question on her mind. What is the second part? Berengar sighed at this and pressed his forehead into his palm. Seeing that her lover was visibly stressed, Linda rose from her seat and approached Berengar's back, where she began to rub his shoulders. While she was doing so, Berengar stated the second part of his plan. As for the second portion, I will not lie, it is going to be difficult. As you know, I am far from a skilled diplomat, and this plan requires effective diplomacy. Essentially, we would need to secure alliances with the enemies of my enemies. In particular, I have my eyes on Iberia. Despite the ongoing Reconquista, the Catholic Iberians are a fiercely zealous people and would indeed send an army into Austria. To ensure they are preoccupied, I will have to travel to Granada and gain the support of the Moors who live there. This has its downsides, as such an action will only further justify the activities of the Vatican when they declare a crusade against me, at least in the minds of the Catholics. Openly supporting the Moors against the Reconquista will indeed invoke the ire of the Iberians. However, the benefits of this action are not just a matter of keeping the Catholic Iberians occupied. Building an alliance with the Emirate of Granada, which controls the Strait of Gibraltar, is crucial to my plans. Having a friendly nation in charge of access to the Atlantic is essential. When Linda heard this, she was confused. She had no idea why Berengar would care about access to the Atlantic, but she did not pay more than a second's worth of attention to it. Instead, she nodded her head in agreement. What Berengar said made sense to her. Berengar was always a big-picture kind of man, he constantly plotted 10 steps ahead. While Linda was thinking of the short-term consequences of a war with the emperor, Berengar was already planning for the upcoming crusade, which they both knew loomed over Austria and southern Germany. Linda ceased rubbing Berengar's back as he turned around and faced her, cupping her beautiful face in his hands to soothe her worries. You asked about the time frame for my war for independence? Within a year, I intend to have a navy large enough to contend with Italy. By then, my army will have grown significantly, and I will no longer fear the combined might of the Swiss and Italian forces. After we crush the emperor and his allies, I will declare myself king of Austria, securing my independence. When that is done, I can hold my head high as I marry you, and the 3 girls, knowing that I am the sovereign of my realm. Hearing Berengar speak of his grand ambitions always excited Linda. Few men would have the courage to confront the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire in a war of intrigue, while preparing for a full-scale military conflict. Such boldness was attractive to Linda and affirmed her choice of partner. Even if she had to share Berengar with others, she did not mind. After all, Linda was convinced that one day Berengar would become a figure remembered in history. In her eyes, it was better to be one of several wives belonging to an extraordinary man than the single wife of a great man. With that said, Berengar had much to plan and little time to do it. As such, he dismissed Linda before getting back to work. He would have his fun with her later in the night. As for Honoria, she was free to join the fun, though whether she would do so was another story. The Emirate of Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Europe, fell to the Spanish in 1492, marking the end of Berengar's past life. With the fall of Granada and control of the Strait of Gibraltar, the Spanish hired explorers to sail into the unknown. As a result, Christopher Columbus rediscovered the Americas, a continent whose existence had been forgotten since Leif Erikson's expedition to Vinland. This discovery led to the expansion of European power and the introduction of previously unknown resources to Europe. However, in this timeline, the year is 1419, and the Emirate of Granada remains standing. Centuries of warfare have significantly weakened it compared to its Catholic neighbors, but changes were on the horizon for the small Muslim kingdom on the southern edge of Iberia. Berengar had grand plans for Granada. Simply put, the mighty Duke of Austria needed allies, and he believed that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Given the fervor of the Iberian Catholics, it made sense to ally with their longest-standing foe. To this end, Berengar had been preparing a trade envoy with his new merchant fleets over the past few months, generating interest within the emirate. His goal was straightforward: to establish diplomatic ties with the Emirate of Granada and provided with sufficient weaponry to distract the Iberian Catholics when the time came for the crusade against the German Reformation. After months of effort to gain the attention of the Granada royal family, Berengar finally succeeded. At that moment, Berengar was seated on his ducal throne, reading the letter in his hands. The letter was from Sultan Hassan al-Fadl, the current sultan of the Emirate of Granada. This document addressed the desire to meet with Berengar in person, and upon reading its contents, a delighted smile formed on Berengar's lips. After months of hard work, he had finally received the invitation he craved. As such, he was eager to set sail as quickly as possible. Due to the diplomatic nature of the visit, Berengar would not be taking one of his frigates on his journey to the Emirate of Granada. Instead, he would employ one of the many full-masted clippers he had designed for his merchant fleet. Such a ship was faster than any warship and would allow Berengar to safely reach the Iberian coastline even if pursued by hostile vessels. After reading the letter, Berengar rose from his seat, knowing his shortcomings in diplomacy. He was an incredibly prideful man who did not tolerate ultimatums or threats. His usual response to such things was violence. Due to his lack of diplomatic skills, he desired to bring someone along who could effectively neutralize his naturally brazen attitude. From what he knew, there was only one person he trusted to convey his best intentions calmly and effectively. As such, he headed to his study, took out a piece of parchment, and wrote a letter to a 15-year-old girl whom he had been neglecting for far too long. The letter was addressed to Adela, and for the first time, Berengar planned to use her natural talents. He informed his young fiancée of his desire to take her with him to the Emirate of Granada to aid him in his diplomatic efforts. It was also an excuse to spend time with the woman who would become first among his wives. He quickly sent a letter explaining his circumstances and his desire to meet her in Trieste, where he planned to sail with her to Granada. After completing his preparations, he immediately began to ready for his excursion. The first order of business was informing his two lovers of his departure. As such, he quickly left to find them. After searching the castle for some time, Berengar found Honoria and Linda in his newborn daughter's room. The two young women were playing with Hans and his little sister, whom Linda had given birth to a couple of months prior. The little girl had a similar appearance to Hans: pale skin, strawberry blonde hair, and sapphire eyes. Being no older than 2 months, she was being doted upon by both Linda and Honoria. Meanwhile, Hans, who had begun to act up because he was not getting the attention from his mother that he used to, had grown both in body and mind over the past year. Now over 2 years old, he was already beginning to read and write. He could speak in simple sentences and displayed exceptional intelligence. Berengar was beginning to question whether the boy might be reincarnated like himself. However, he highly doubted it for one simple reason: despite the boy's high intelligence, he still behaved like a small child, showing no signs of the maturity and wisdom that a child with past life memories would typically have.
Unless this kid was the reincarnation of an evil mastermind who decided to behave like a small child to blend in, the likelihood of him being a transmigrator was slim. Still, ever the cautious man, Berengar kept a close eye on Hans and his behavior whenever he could. After standing in the doorway for a few moments in silence, his two beautiful lovers finally noticed Berengar's presence and beckoned him over. However, the young duke merely shook his head and responded with his intentions. "I will be journeying to the Emirate of Granada for a diplomatic visit. I will be gone for some time, I just wanted to let you know." Linda nodded as she heard this. She was aware of Berengar's plan to ally with Granada and was well prepared for his leave of absence. Honoria, on the other hand, stood up from her spot with sparkling eyes. "When do we set sail?" She had assumed that she would be tagging along, considering that she was now an experienced sailor. However, Berengar merely shook his head before responding to Honoria's question. "I am not taking you with me. Though you have begun to improve your acting skills, it is far too risky for you to follow me to Granada. If the Sultan were to find out about your identity, it could cause problems. For now, you should focus on finding your crew members. I promise I won't be gone for long." Upon hearing this, Honoria began to pout in silence. She felt that Berengar was leaving too soon after mending the rift between them, especially after they had finally become an official couple. Nevertheless, she felt pleased knowing that no other woman would be accompanying him, completely unaware that Berengar intended to bring Adela along with him. After informing the two young women about his plans, Linda brought up a critical point of contention. "So if you are leaving tomorrow, then who will you spend your last night with before your trip?" Honoria was also curious about this, and both girls gazed at Berengar with pleading glances. Upon seeing this, Berengar began to chuckle as he approached the two women and wrapped one arm around each of them, drawing them into his embrace. "Is it too much to ask for both?" Linda blushed and glanced to the side upon hearing this. Honoria, for her part, shoved Berengar away and crossed her arms, pouting. It seemed the girl needed more convincing before Berengar could persuade her into a threesome. Faced with this challenge, Berengar decided, "I guess I'll go with Linda then, sweetheart, put the kids to bed, and then we can have our fun." Linda began to follow his instructions, while Honoria scurried off in disgust, leaving Berengar and Linda with their two children. As Berengar watched Honoria's figure disappear through the door, he called out, "You know where to find us if you change your mind." Honoria, however, remained silent and hurried to her quarters. Berengar and Linda put their children to bed before retreating to the bedroom for their usual activities. The next day, Berengar would travel to Istria to meet Adela and set sail for the Iberian coast. He had a lot of work ahead if he wanted to establish an alliance with the Sultan. One thing was certain, he would finally get to spend some quality time with his future wife. He felt ashamed that he couldn't spend as much time with Adela as he did with his lovers. Thus, he looked forward to the upcoming diplomatic visit to the Emirate of Granada, hoping Adela would feel the same.